Are we in?
Yeah.
Okay, looks like we're on. Whew, fuck. Okay, check my speaker. Can anybody hear me? Am I coming through loud and clear, or is this just another fuck up? Letting me in now. Okay.
Yeah, okay, I'll hear you.
So how does it sound on
I'm
Ari?
going
What does it sound like? Are we go?
let me in and I can hear you.
You can hear me because you're in the same fucking room. What?
Can you let me in and then I can tell you if I can hear you through my phone?
Where are you? Admit.
Got it.
I thought Ari was doing all this. I've obviously fucked up somewhere, admitting everybody.
You've just got to let him be the host again or whatever.
Admit. Oops.
Recording.
What the fuck?
Okay, is your thing on mute?
Okay, here we go.
Okay, so what's it sound like now? Oh, Shell's trying to get
Yeah,
in.
it's
So
better.
much
It sounds
better.
better.
Oh, did it?
Is it better? Okay, cool.
Great.
1 billion times better.
You know, you listen to the experts and fuck up. Yes, I can do that. Okay. Anybody else can't get in? No, are they all in Ari?
I think most people are. Let's see. There's 24 back in. So
That seems
yeah.
about right. Okay. So I'll get out of there. Um.
Take two.
So I'm recording. I think so. I'm not sure what's happening. Lots of questions from last week from lots of people, and I also want to apologise to Michelle for having been a bit nasty, I suppose. Could have been nasty for me for last night. I was just tired, and lots of questions. So the only thing that I wanted to make a mention of in regards to your language is a lot of people were coming through with the concept of negatives. Is this a negative? Is that a negative? Eradicate that. Obstacles, you can call it obstacles, restrictions. This thing is not working. Why is this not working? Oh, I know, it's because my fucking battery's not plugged in. Gonna have to wait a moment, please.
What week are we on at the moment?
I think five.
Five?
I'm gonna plug somewhere.
Someone say five?
I got one here.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. My phone keeps carking it because of my battery. Yeah, you can all see my tits. How about that? Treat for your day. Got my notes. Has anybody got anything they need to ask regarding the numerology and questions that you haven't given me so far? Just come into it now if you wouldn't mind.
I'm wondering about somebody that has does a key of 33.
Yep.
If that's something that you would use that because their first name breaks down to a 33, and do you use that that number, or do you just break it to a 6?
That person is going to seem like an arsehole. That person is going to seem like they're not even listening to you. They can't hear you. They couldn't be bothered. They're on their own trip. There seems to be a few number 33 people in their teens to mid-20s being born and having been born since about 1990. And their work in the world is not necessarily even going to show up maybe later in life, but they're not really going to show up there. Many people with that number 33 as a destiny number, of which there are so few, it's insane, are going to seem very distracted because they are in their own bubble world. They're in their own nest. And a lot of people with that destiny of 33, particularly in the current era, are destined to have a big part to play, for lack of a better word, in a future unfolding of destiny. And it may not show up now. They may be completely fixated on computers, computer games, MDMA, DMT, exploration of different forms of consciousness. And they won't necessarily include anybody who is not in their very exclusive peer group with them. In fact, people unless a person's very aware of that young person's, am I?
It's a key, actually.
Is it young? Are they young?
No, he's in his 60s. It's my dad.
How many times did he almost die?
I don't know.
So you may be, as a 33 destiny, you may be, or your offspring, or their offspring. Or
Not his destiny, though. It's just his first name. His first name breaks down. It's the key. Yeah.
The key of the person, no matter what their age, if it's just a key, they just need to keep up with whatever's happening in the world. They are very, if it came down to it, they could have a lot of physical dysfunctions, and they could also be working with different forms of medication. Your father would be of the age of the summer of love. So whether or not he's switched off and switched out, or whether or not he's decided to sort of like cover himself and hide himself with conservatism is unsure. You'd know that. But that number 33 as a key is to be able to have that bigger vision of thinking globally, ecologically, environmentally on a large scale. If not, they're going to just turn to any form of medication that they can possibly get hold of to dull that sense of too much. Yeah, I got a yes on there.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. That's perfect.
Makes sense? Yeah. What's your person's destiny?
A 6.
I see how that balances out there.
Yeah.
Okay, so the destiny is to be involved in home, family, or even community. That's a really important function there that goes with that number 6 destiny. But if they were an AMBO, if they were working in the medical profession, if they're working in there with forest medicines, even anything like that would work with them. And they may, if depending on the challenges, that there may be discord with family, with the idea of what family is supposed to be. And if they're not going to fit in as an supposedly ordinary or standard conceptual ideology and the zeitgeist of the modern term parent or family, if that doesn't work for them, they're going to end up being fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I think that's more the direction things went. Thank you there, Laura.
You're welcome.
Yeah, awesome. Can I ask a question? Oh, yes. There's somebody else there.
Oh, go ahead.
Just go quick. Don't worry about it.
I just want to check with the destiny number. We isolate each individual number. We don't compound the year number when we're adding the destiny number up.
The year of their birth. Yeah, the year of their birth comes in. So like for example, my birthday was the 20th of December 1951, which adds up to a 3. So you just got to take the whole lot, all 3 of them. Yeah. 3
so as individual numbers, though, the same way that we did the name, like the integrated name number is every single individual, because to me it can be a different outcome.
No. The 3 numbers, the day, the month, and the year are your 3 Saturn cycles.
Yeah, I guess I'm saying the combined destiny number. So like for me, if I add individual numbers, 9th of the 1st, 1976 is 911976, that would be a 33-6. But if I combine the 1976, it becomes a 15-6. So I'm just wondering in this model.
That 33-6 is really, really important. If that's the final, is that the year?
Yeah, that's when you add each individual, like 19911976. You know, like if
It's
you add them all
33.
as individual numbers. Yeah.
It's 33. You don't break that down. You haven't
So
brackets the 6 here, but you stick with that
okay,
33. Yeah, definitely. Kat.
okay,
Thank
okay.
you.
So I'm an asshole. Great, awesome, love
You
it.
could be, because see, I happen to know your work, which is
I know.
difficult. So this working with vast quantities of people or situations whereby you've got to have a bit of a vision to be able to be successful with what you do or to fulfill that destiny number. It's like you got to spread the love out huge.
Yeah.
You know? How do you deal
And
with
sometimes
if that's your destiny number, how do you deal with ordinary relationships, for fuck's sake?
you're not really good at them.
No, no, because you're distracted. You're constantly wanting to go over there. That's your work. Your work is happening
Yeah.
there. And if that person or that child is getting in the way of the work, it's like, can you just go away now and we'll sort you out later? Look, there's food in the fridge. Find it.
Yeah.
Make sense?
Yeah.
In there?
Beautiful. And I was also interested in, like, when people have, you know, when you've got various rock in the roads or various challenges, do you think they show up at different points in life, or would you just sort of, because, you know, some people I did have 3 or 4 of those. So
No,
just
they're all a
wondered
lot,
how
all the time. Now, we need to get really straight and clear on the difference between challenges and rocks in the road. Very clear. Those challenges, for example, somebody this week came through and there was a very strong number 1 challenge, and that person is going to be told to stop being a control freak. For example, they are being told to join the team. Come on, get with the picture, get with other people, etc. That person needs to work with whatever ends up being their ruling tendency or their key or even their foundation to be able to assuage a situation that is potentially toxic to all concerned. And the way to do that is to then be able to that person who's got that number 1 challenge, they're not saying you are too independent or you have too little independence. What it's saying is you need to respect that independence and find out how you can work with people who are going to contract you because of those challenges. Rocks in the road, everyone has to be looked at as individually. Like with that 8, everybody needs to look at how you can work around the financial situation, how you can work with barter, money exchanges, how you work. I mean, we're in a very tricky situation to do with that number 8 rock in the road at the moment because of so much upheaval that's taking place to do with your work and the experiences of your finances in this historic period. So you've got to come around that, you've got to work at it, and you've got to know what people need. And what people need is a little bit of heart, just a serious recognition of empathy and simpatico between us. If it's just, put the lid down, that's better. So that number 8 is going to really work with all this. All this is what we're doing. If most of you are going to have a number 8 rock in the road or the equivalent thereof, so you're going to need to work with your finances, hence tarot, mysticism, the occult, working with numerology, being able to put yourselves out there and do the work with other people and be able to charge or deal with money. One of my sons, for example, who's up in the Northern Rivers, he maintains the tech for a person he knows who's got this huge big organic farm, which also includes really well looked after critter cousins. And instead of the person concerned gave him a choice, said, I can pay you, like my son charges $175 an hour. He said, I can pay you that in 10 hours, no problem, because he's not financially poor, or I can pay you in kind. And my son says, I'd rather have the big box full of all the organic food, and that is preferred. And you can't compare with the number 8, you can't compare one kind of finances to another. That makes sense. So for example, that box of vegetables may not be $1,025 worth of vegetables and meat and chicken and eggs and milk straight from the cow or whatever, but for my son and his family and his 3 children, that is a big barter, and that works so well. And I've got this shit bag of a fucking Adobe. I hate you so much, Adobe, I can't even begin to tell you. So does that make sense with that 8 rock in the road? You just got to go with your own intuition rather than sticking with the idea of what represents, I suppose, even the concept of success. Your capacity to organize, that's really important. Anybody who's got a number 4, work it, baby, work it, baby, work it. It's really, really important. That 4, and you double that up and you've got that 8. And you're able to, if you've got systems and you can make lists. Somebody came through to me this week and they had formatted the information on the numerology into nice and neat, typed up text boxes with margins and everything. And I just want to say, wow, because if you've got that available for the other people in the class and you're willing to share that text box, do you know who I'm talking about? Yes, you do. You're hiding from me. I can't see you down the side. That was so neat and so tidy. I thought, oh, there's somebody who's got this whole thing organized. Because again, when you're organized with your numerology, you put aside, to do a chart, for example, you want to put aside maybe 10 pages and write, first page is going to be their name, second page is going to be their numbers, third page is where you're going to write all the integrated bits and pieces. Then each page will have a page for weaknesses, a page for a rock in the road, a page for your integrated self, a page for all that. And even if the numbers repeat themselves over and over and over, please put them on each page and have a think of how, if it's an integrated number, integrated self number 4, I'm using the 4 because it's like box day. If the 4 is showing up as your integrated self, and there is, for example, a 22 as a middle life cycle, you can see how that 4 and that 22 can come together. So if that middle life cycle is 22 and the person doesn't keep really good notes, they're not going to get their PhD. Does that make sense?
I have a question about 8.
I can't hear you, Letitia.
Sorry, I'll get closer. I have a question about 8. Is the 8? Oh wait, oh no, I'm not muted. That's okay. Is the 8 purely about finance, or is it also numbers and data and like business intelligence sort of stuff?
All of that, all of the above, numbers and data and all of the above. Plus your capacity to, it's basically your capacity to survive, to be able to create a solid floor and to know the numbers, for example, that to create the roundhouse around that, your cob house, whatever you're going to utilize, your house made of bark. It's to have all of that capacity to put it all together and have it be secure. So really it's that sense of like material security. Does that make, you got that? Yeah? Any more on that? Because that's a good one. Thanks. You've muted.
I have a question.
Yes.
I have an issue where the 6 comes up. It comes up as a key. It comes up as a weakness. It comes up as a mid and a minor challenge. Is it normal for a number to show up so frequently with someone?
The more frequently, the easier it is to read. Can you repeat that, please? It comes up as a key.
It comes up as a key. It comes up as a weakness. It comes up as a mid and a minor challenge.
Okay, let me explain. Weaknesses are, I think the word can really trip the brain into thinking of an inability.
I think challenge.
But it's not an inability. Hang on. It's not an inability or weakness. It is that which hasn't been given the right food or the right nourishment of being to allow it to reach their full potential. And that's very, very important with things that seem as if they're a vulnerable part. And that vulnerability is, with that number 6, of course, is going to be how we relate to family. Or one other thing during the week, that number 6 was raised up, and with it came the word service. Now, this is going to, again, trip a person up. So can we unpack that word service, please? Because it brings to mind a maid on her knees scrubbing the fucking floor with a scrubbing brush. And I don't want you to think of service like that. So the best way to consider service, has anybody seen the book read the book Braiding Sweetgrass? Okay.
Amazing
And
book.
listened even to Robin Wall Kimmerer's discussions on reciprocity. So the service in this particular instance would be composting all your food to go into the garden to be able to, and weeing on your lemon plant to make sure that the lemon person has enough urea. Do you get
She has a composting business, so yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's more to do with that capacity to be a medicine woman, be a medicine person, and work with the medicines that are available to you. Now, that word medicine is very important. It's got nothing to do with pharmaceuticals, as you probably know. It does have to do with the understand, even when we discuss consciousness and we discuss language, this is medicine. This assists us to heal where we've been ripped apart by society, expectations, the assumptions of this. I won't say culture. We're not in a culture unless there's people here who are happiness and is the idea of being an Indigenous person who doesn't have to search and hunt for years and years to find some sense of authenticity. So it's also that connection in here with country, that connection with your environment, and to be able to, if anything, unpack and disseminate the zeitgeist. Yeah? That's what's going to work when you understand the number 6 as the word medicine. We're looking at the way we communicate, how well we communicate. That's why I put the John Young video up, learning to listen deeply, to be able to map, which we're on to again today. That's what today is going to be about, to be able to map the connections. Now, all of you with your numerology are doing that. What you're doing is creating new pathways, new neural networks in your vast and incredible universes of neural networks, which are linking one planet to another each way we go. So you this week encountered the planet number 3, you've encountered the planet number 8. So what you're doing is creating these neural networks. And the more you work with the people, the numbers as people, rather than as abstract constructs, that's when you're going to be able to relate to your clients or the person sitting with you. Next.
I've got a question for you, Lou. So my attractant and my destiny are the same. They're both number 4. But I also noticed that I have a very strong tendency to flip the last 2 numbers over. Like when I'm writing a number, I have some sort of issue with writing it, and I very frequently don't write it correctly.
Well, there's a training for you, isn't there?
Well, does that mean I've been doing it all my life, and I especially have to focus quite a lot when I give phone numbers, but does that mean numerology, you know how you said when we were making the box that there were bits that didn't want to stay with you, so you discarded them?
Yep.
Does that mean numerology might not be my thing?
Not at all. Doesn't mean anything. You'll discover your own techniques for this to work for you. And for example, I don't know what that is for the group. Somebody's put something up for the group. A lot of people, I know a lot of people being born now and who are young now are what's classified as ADD, classified as ADHD, classified as being unable to read or write. I have an ADD son who sees everything backwards. They've learned to work it. So when that particular person I'm talking about has ADD or is classified as ADD, now again, your intelligences need to perhaps look at these technical assumptions by a pharmaceutical and medical industry that wants to box and categorize everybody into a particular scenario of being dysfunctional, when in actual fact this couldn't be an evolutionary process. This really is, we may be beginning, I mean, I've written about this, we may be beginning to link up telepathically through the matrix so that everything, this is why we're doing this, because everything needs to go back to being an oral way of communication. So that if you're coming to understand the number 4 and it's back to front or it's all over the place, that's not a problem. You're not a problem. The problem is the person who says you have to do it a certain way, and if you don't do it a certain way, there's a problem. Now, even with understanding that my son was considered to be dyslexic, the understanding with that was when he was under 3 years of age, because he only slept 3 hours a night. It used to drive me nuts. He'd be bouncing up the walls also because mothers would feed him cake if he went to a birthday party with his little box of carrots, etc., because they go, oh, the poor kid, and of course they're filling the kid with sugar, which is poison, and he's bouncing off the walls and he's trying to get himself together. So of course later on that person with a sugar addiction becomes an alcoholic. Very similarly, that particular person I'm talking about at the age of 11 got into trouble at school in a maths class because the example this week I put up, I think, is 5 and 5 less 5 equals 0, and they'd said that the teacher had said to him, oh, that's 5 less 5 equals nothing. And my son, of course, says, no, there's no such thing as nothing. And huge arguments ensued as a result of that comment, when in actual fact the word nothing is something. So yes, they were right. That my son was sent to the naughty room for not agreeing that 0 was 0, and not with that, to not be able to question that concept of what actually does a person who is educating other people or teaching or schooling other people, what do they actually know and how much have they thought? And in a situation like this, that would have encouraged a really good discussion about the idea of there being, what is 0, where does that come from, why do we think of nothing or no thing as significant when the word thing is a Nordic or a Viking word for a gathering of warriors? Go figure. Then, of course, there was a discovery that there was a red spectrum, so-called a red spectrum. The word dysfunction was used, the red spectrum dysfunction with dyslexics, and they're bringing in the very, very, very expensive rose-coloured glasses, the variations of the red spectrum. So what we're dealing with here is the overall construct, shifting baseline syndrome, of the idea of normalcy. And crack that open. This is why when somebody says, oh, this is negative, this has a negative connotation, I go, crack that open. Your battery in your vehicle would not work if you did not have a negative. If your technology was not earthed, you'd be electrocuted. If you were wearing rubber boots through a wet environment where the electrical wire was down, you'd be fucked, you'd be fried. So by using words that we've considered or come to understand as being acceptable to the current zeitgeist is lazy. And the same occurs, for example, if like where you say those 4s are already reversed and weird, you'll form your own patterns.
I mean, I just have a destiny number and an attractant as 4, but when I was doing the calculations, I miscalculated because I was writing, if I was writing 1, 2, 3, I'd write 1, 3, 2, or, a mixed number. So I ended up calculating it all wrong and had to redo it.
Okay, that's all kinds of vulnerability. That's all that is. All that happens is you may very well be distracted by other things happening in your life. The need to maybe put on a little bit of Chopin in your headphones and sit down and just, again, going over, even recording for yourself the understanding or the meaning of the numbers. It's super, super important, because if you record what you understand about any of this, you're doing a loop. You're creating a loop in your brain among your synapses, so that you're definitely brain training here. Yeah? So that your miscalculations, that's a different thing to seeing things backwards. Miscalculations are a different concept. Consequently, it was sort of like a bit of I went off track, didn't I? However, your miscalculations are just the inability to slow down and not allow external situations to interfere. Now that becomes important also when you're working with tarot, or when you're working with numerology as a technique to do with prophecy and discussion with people. You're a counselor. This is what this work is. Okay, it's not the kind of work where people go to university and get a degree as a social worker and never have had a family or lived in the so-called real world. Have never had a bashing, never had their kids stolen, never had their house broken into. These are all really big, really exciting things to have occurred in your life that other people could say, fuck, they were awful. I'm going, no, they're not. They're gold. They're absolute gold. Regret, such a waste. To be able to explore and like interesting meals, or with your big solid rope carabinering down into the different crevasses of understanding why this is occurring, why it may occur in your life, what authorities you should call on if your house has been broken into, whether they can do anything, whether you can bypass that. Can I give an example? In Melbourne, when I first moved here, I was introduced to some fabulous people who are called dumpster divers. So what they don't have an income. They can't get Centrelink payments, for example. They can't get a job because they might have tattoos all over their faces. So what they've done is clan up and they become dumpster divers. And they are very savvy at knowing what empty house to go into. They have a pecking order, but the pecking order amongst these people that are technically called homeless, which is so rude. They're not homeless, they're nomadic, and they're learning to work that in a society that doesn't honor the nomadic person. So they'll have a so-called leader, but that person who's the leader has got their clan around them and going, who's organising to watch out for the cops tonight in case the house is raided? Who's organising to be able to pick up the food? Who's organising to go and get the firewood so we can get the fire started? And who's organising to get up on the roof and check whether or not the chimney's working so we don't burn ourselves to death? There needs to be, the more we learn about being away from computers and lighting a fire and what wood to use. I mean, how many people here know what wood burns well? I can tell you now that Jarrah fence posts fucking rock. So have you got the skills and the capacity to live away from electricity, running water? How do you water your garden? Where do you get what sourcing your food? All of these things are in every generation super significant. But so also are these tools, for example, numerology and tarot, and working them. What you're doing, even when you learn it to really relate to each number, is you're relating to somebody who's not like you, with whom you are setting up a reciprocal relationship. You're setting up a reciprocal relationship with the number 2. And that was funny because somebody contacted me this week who works in retail, and they asked somebody who was a regular to the shop, whose name's Ben, whether they're a musician, and they are. So that number 2 as a musical phenomenon or as an interactive phenomenon will come through like that. And you can find out just by checking time and time again with different people. And the more people you do, the more exciting this becomes, and the more the numbers become people. And they're people as in, if you look at a Kellogg's cornflakes box, you could be looking at a Kellogg's cornflakes box. Or if you look at a Kellogg's cornflakes box, you could be looking at the golden ratio, because that's actually what you're looking at. Rather than looking at a Kellogg's cornflakes box, you can look at the aesthetics of the shape and understand the beauty of the shape and the aesthetics of the shape. Next thing, anybody else?
Yeah.
I just got a little bit confused with my minor, mid, so then taking them down to get the major.
Yep.
So my minor was 18/9. My mid was 19/10.
1, 9 and 1. Ha ha ha.
So just take it to 1.
Okay, so what
Before I
that particular
go down.
person, the person with that challenge of 9 and 1, first of all, the person concerned with the challenge of 9 in this instance would be the person who looks out of the window, supposedly daydreaming, and the teacher in the room slaps their hand. Says, get back to your work. The person with the 9 as a challenge could be writing poetry on the opposite page to where they're doing their calculus, for example, and they'll get into trouble for it. The person concerned could be doing the drawing and so-called doodling, which is a strong form of art, can be considered a strong form of art, and get into trouble. That number one, again, same thing, because you're an individual, the person concerned is very much an individual, can be introverted. But you see, that needs to be honoured. And how we overcome them as a challenge is to recognise within ourselves that they need honouring. Because the rest of the world's not going to give a fuck. So many people are going to want you to fit in, or the person with those challenges to fit in. When you're working with somebody with challenges, it's how do I honour what's happened to me, not by me, but to me, what's come at me, and how do I resolve that by understanding that on a deeper level, not by bucking back. Somebody, for example, with a strong one, somebody may come in and go, come on, join the team, and you say, get fucked, I don't want to. That doesn't help, does it? So what you do is you look for your ruling tendency, or you look for your key, and you implement it by way of knowing what that number is. You respect your foundation. By respecting your foundation, understanding your key, even understanding your destiny number relative to the rock in the road, then you can see how you've been affected, or how that person is affected. And now the best thing, for example, like with offspring, sitting down and discussing this with them, or not even considering clients, but people in your family, your grandmother, who may be 97, who has a head full of wisdom and knowledge, but everybody that she's always known is dead. Do we ask them questions? Can they explain the Second World War? Can they explain what they thought of it all? Are they trapped in the zeitgeist of being the nice man, the nice woman? Or can they let go and say, hey, I'm actually gay, but I've never been gay enough to tell anybody? It's being able to have the conversation with somebody who may have been closed down because people want to shut them up. This is the challenges, or your almost your form of liberation. If you can bypass and find a way to not create tension. Some tension is excellent, but other tension, when overpowering tension, that's not excellent.
So you break the 10 down to the 1, so it would be 9 minus 1 to get 8 for the major.
Yeah, so that person concerned is like, because they're a dreamer and because they're really independent, they've got to work out with that 8 major. They've got people around them saying, you've got to get a house, you've got to get a mortgage, you've got to get a good job. You go and look, get your job in fucking Woolworths. Come on, pack shelves. That's it. And if you've got a creative consciousness that fits in anywhere with 3s and 5s and 7s and 9s, you're going to buck. Well, the person with that age is going to buck as a challenge. But then you find out how you can make that work for you by busking, if the person's a musician, joining an abseiling group, working on the radios in ambulance, road rescue. There are many ways of overcoming that problem, and many ways of overcoming I fucking hate interrupting myself, but I do that on the odd occasion. By putting out to you guys that I don't want a set fee. You see, what I've done is I've left it up to you. Is this realization, because I've had times in my life where I had no money. Times in my life where I remember living on rice for 9 months. Times in my life when I've experienced no electricity, no running water. How do I deal with washing dishes in the sink? Okay. Am I going to get all stressed out because I can't work it out? No, I get the bread bag. I get the 44-gallon drum. I put the 44-gallon drum underneath the sink. I put the bread bag attached to the underneath of the sink, and I pop the other bit down inside the 44-gallon drum. I do my dishes without using any kind of pollutants in the water. That grey water, when the drum's filled, I put the lid back on, I put it out the door, I roll it down the hill and to the leeward side of the dam where I'm going to feed my vegetables. So I've overcome a problem by not saying, I can't deal with this because I've got no running water, to how do I set up a system of water catchment. Can you hear that? So it's thinking differently, thinking outside of the expectation of what it is to be financially secure. Yeah, so it's learning how to do it beyond all that. And those skills, as I mentioned, I think it was last week or whatever, sitting with my own daughter, and I said, do you know how to do an invisible hem? And she said, what's a hem? And this person works in community service with the ATO as an emotional support. So these skills are being lost. It's finding these skills, keeping them alive, transferring them from generation to generation, thinking, for example, outside of the square of the zeitgeist of saying, this is what wealth means. If you've got this vast memory. I think of the First Nation people in Australia. Have everybody here seen that video by Lynn Kelly that I put up? Yeah?
So
Anybody not seen it, please watch it. In YouTube, their heading would be A Rational Approach. Yes, the book's brilliant, the memory code, but listening to Dr. Kelly talk and how they explain about the First Nation people knowing the massive kinship systems, knowing the names of every bird, every beast, every plant, every healing herb in vast areas, and being able to interconnect tribally with other people and communicate with other people on their environments. Oh, I've got a million fucking stories, but I'm not going to go into them here. But we need to redevelop that if we're to get in touch with the seventh generation from today, which is the work of all of you. Yeah, you're doing that. What's from Will? What was the YouTube title again? I'll go over. I'll put it up
on the
today.
Facebook page.
If you A Rational Approach. So if you type in YouTube Dr. Lynn Kelly, LYNNEKELLY, there's a lot, but one of them is going to come up. You'll see a little brown object to the side, which is, and it ends up being a mnemonic thing, but the title at the top of the video says A Rational Approach. And Dr. Kelly's hilarious because she's one of the heads of the Skeptics Society in Victoria, which is really quite funny. I'm a groupie, go figure. But it's well worth watching to understand. We actually have done a disservice, vile disservice with books, people. I love my reading, but we've done a vile disservice because our memories have seemingly switched off. Well, this class is about switching those puppies back on again and letting them romp in a field and chase some fucking rabbits. Next question.
Hey, so Laura, can I just address the question that Tan just asked? Because I feel like I had the same question, but it's a really practical question. It's not actually about like what the numbers become. It's about how you reduce them. So like, for example, my son was born on the 24th of May. And when I am looking at the challenges, do I minus the 5 from a 24? Or do I reduce the 24 to a 6?
Yep.
And then minus the 5 from a 6, because his challenge will be a different number if I do it that way.
Then do them both.
Then if I do a 5, like if I minus 5 from 24, then it ends up as 9. You know, like they end up different. So I want to know about how to actually accurately get the challenge number correct.
Always do your prime numbers. Always do your prime numbers and your base numbers. So when you're talking about 24, it's 24/6, but when you add the whole lot, always add your prime numbers and then have a look at the base numbers after.
It's not making sense to me what you're saying though about the prime numbers. I just want to know whether you reduce the 24. Do you reduce the 24 to a 6 and then I minus the 5 from the 6, or do I minus 5 from 24 and then reduce that number? Because it ends up different. So I don't know what the fuck the challenge
24 is a 6.
Uh-huh.
So 5 from that is going to take you to 19, yeah?
Yes.
9 and 1 is 10, which is 1. So that's the challenge there. I'm trying to work out what the problem would be. The only reason we don't reduce it is to look for the master numbers, but it's also really appropriate. If you were to add the 3 lots together, the 24 and the May and the year, that's for your destiny. That's for your direct destiny number.
I'm talking about
working with
the challenges, like on the triangle where it's being reduced to find the challenges specifically.
Yeah, so
I think I've done the math wrong, but it's the same.
Check your math.
24 goes to a 6 niller.
The maths is why we do why we do the prime number and the base number is to make sure the mathematics is equal.
Could I ask a question, please?
Yep.
Is it possible that you could put up in the Facebook group which numbers get crunched down and which ones stay whole?
No, I've already told you.
Okay, cool. I'm fine with that. I just thought it would be a
Don't
solution.
keep them always. If you've got 11, 22 and 33, keep them in mind.
Yep.
Yeah, because they're going to be very, very vulnerable in a society that suggests you get a superannuation package, when in actual fact that's an illusion of finances up there, in sort of like it's actually an etheric phenomenon. It's a bit like Bitcoin superannuation. It actually doesn't exist until you try and get your money back, and then you've got to fight for that, just like insurance.
Law, I have a question. You touched on zeros just before. So say, for example, one of the challenges, the minor challenge is zero, but we haven't actually discussed the zero. We went 1 to 9 and the master numbers, but what about the zero?
Well, when you've got that zero symbol coming up, so 5 minus 5, in this instance, what it is doesn't get rid of it. It's the same as if a person has no rocks in the road. It doesn't get rid of it. What it does is create a rhythm and a pattern. So you still got the wavelengths of all of those numbers from 1 to 9 in there. But what they are is salt and pepper. They're sweet tastes that need to be rejuvenated, if you like, from their dormancy. Fed some compost, given a bit of love, rub them up. So it's not just knowing them when you're talking to your client, knowing that there's a little bit of all of those other numbers in there means that you're going to tell them that. You're going to know.
So a zero is a tincture of everything.
Yes. So there's a little soft number. There's a soft number of 1 there. There's a soft number of 2. There's a soft number of 3. They're sitting there in little dormant areas that need a little bit of water, a little bit of nourishment, a little bit of care, rather than saying, oh, you've got no challenges. That's not true. Oh, you've got no rocks in the road. You may find that there's weaknesses in there, which are vulnerabilities. Again, just think of them as please think of these as plants in a garden. Yeah, all of which may not feed you. They may feed possum people. There may be bacteria under the bark. There may be birds that want to come in and be part of this scenario. Different critters, different creatures, woodpeckers, owls in the hollows. Weasels through the plants, rabbits. But if you think of them as a garden and how you're going to nourish that garden, and also how you're going to, if possible, protect that garden. For example, with a garden, when I'm planting food, I plant in such a way as is companion planting, and you also put a lot of calendulas, a lot of marigolds. You want to be able to sort of attract the pollinators at the same time as have some of the beastie people that are coming to visit chew on the calendulas rather than chew on your lettuces. So it's working out how this works in a complex environment which is us as a species, working in a complex environment and nourishing it all. So your work, whether you're working with numerology or tarot, is, even if it's, I mean, I can sit down with a person and look at the most incredibly difficult so-called crises, and then we work it out. We chew it over. We communicate how that's going to play out. Sometimes you've just got to be there and make the person who's weeping their eyes out opposite you, just make them a cup of tea and let them go through that experience. Sometimes trying to put a Band-Aid over trauma, trying to put a Band-Aid over abuse, trying to put a Band-Aid over suffering, it's just dishonorable to the person that's opposite you. They're coming to you to have a reciprocal connection. You're getting paid whatever you're getting paid in their cash or kind, while at the same time they're getting your full attention for an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours. This is all currency. Do you understand? Even so-called time is a currency. So that if I'm busy during my days, excuse the word, fucking, during days, I'm working on language. It's never going to stop. So much is so deeply embedded in the psyche, in my consciousness around languages, that getting rid of the word my is very, very difficult, by the way. I'm working it. But if I'm busy doing 5 things at a time, which is pretty normal in this house, and then the 6th thing comes in and I'm very trapped, I'm traveling down one hallway of study and learning, and a person comes in with a completely different angle and they need my time and I want to talk to them, but I can go shut the fuck up and get away and come back in an hour. That can seem really rude, but similarly, if that person knows me, they're not going to be bothered. They're going to understand that that's not coming from a place that's mean. It's just saying, go away, help, I need help. Yeah. And without me, and because that person may not be able to be of assistance to me, what they're doing is taking up my time. Yes, they're almost stealing it. So it's a kind of it's Malengro again. Yes, assumption. A quick text message saying, meet you in an hour, I'm sweet with that. I can arrange my day. But if a person invades my time or invades my experience of living in that day without some kind of reciprocal agreement, not on. Now on that level, I mean, we can get even slightly deeper. If I can do that, I think it's important. I got taught some very interesting lessons from somebody who's an absolute bastard. Beside the point. The experience of the learning that I gained from that person, which is way, way back, is that, I've got 3 kids, so 2 of them were small at the time. 9 and 10, 8 and 9, something like that. And in a household, they became so used to getting what they wanted when they wanted to, etc. Now, I had, at that stage in time back then, I would have sugar in my coffee. So the sugar's on the second shelf of the cupboards. The adults in the house, and it was a share house, each had their own shelf. The kids go on, pick up the sugar off the top shelf and put them back on my shelf. The person in the house, who I could say is a bastard, then chucks a huge mental by saying, who took my sugar? Well, the sugar's on the next shelf down. But the point is, there is a simple communication skill we can all learn. I mean, if I can think of a wrench, if I really, really can't open a jar, and I have a specific jar opener, and I go to the second cupboard down in the drawer in the kitchen and that jar opener's gone, and everybody says, I don't know where it is, I can't open the jar. What are they going to do, laugh at me because I'm weak? Whoever utilised that tool, it would have been honourable for them to say, is it okay with you if I use that tool? And that would have allowed me to then say yes or no. If I'd have said no, that should also be honoured. If I say yes, that should also be honoured. If a person then utilises that tool and breaks it and doesn't replace it, we've set up a pattern like that'll only end up in anger, that'll only end up in aggression and tension. Whereas if we face each scenario as they occur, if somebody says to me, can I borrow your wrench? And I go, yes, it's on the second shelf down, for example. They go borrow the wrench, and then what they do, if those people are taught well by a system that embraces each person, they will utilize the tool and then they'll put it back. So there's a sense of like order restored. We have got to a place of calm, and the next person who then, and ultimately when you're dealing with that kind of arrangement, without saying it's mine, you can't touch it, but with that idea of care and encouragement of care for tools, artifacts, whatever, what we're doing then is to set up a precedent within that group, that clan, that tribe, that tour, that family that says, we will honor you and you will honor me, and it's a reciprocal phenomenon. If somebody expects or anticipates the other person to do their work for them, we have a problem already setting in. So the ultimate experience of this, which we're not in the same room, which is tricky, is called the art of the archer. Certain people who've done this course before know what I'm talking about. So if you were in a room with another person and you both get on your knees and you sit opposite each other and you put your hands together in the center and you apply slight pressure to each other, that can be counterbalanced all the time. That's sort of like, okay, we're comfortable. You're both solid. You're both solid in your positions. You're both solid with your hands. If somebody pushes and pushes and pushes, the chances that you tend to push back to keep yourself upright. However, with the art of the archer, what happens if they're pushing too hard? You just get out of the way and they're going to fucking fall. Now they can fall and they can say, you made me fall. And you can say, no, you didn't. I just moved out of the way. So it all comes down to the way you communicate what you're actually doing. If you discuss the fact that you're not going to support somebody, but you will walk by their side through a period of a year or as long as love lasts or whatever, then that's important. But if you make promises you don't necessarily know you're going to keep, you're in trouble. And that art of the archer can remove itself, because you've got to constantly keep. It's the same thing when you draw a bow and you've got with a compound bow. If I pull the string back with a compound bow, I can hold that indefinitely. I'll tend to put my arrow down because I don't want to shoot somebody by losing my attention for 2 seconds and letting the arrow go. At the same time, I can hold it indefinitely. This is it's a form of tension which is honorable tension, okay? Beneficent tension, or the tension of beneficence is what this is called. Then when you let the arrow go, of course, what actually happens is you can then relax because all the tension has left the situation. But when you're in a situation that could seem detrimental or could be potentially dangerous, that you switch on. That switching on is the art of the archer. That switching on is keeping that balance. Again, if you push too hard, you're going to knock them over. And why would you do that? Why do people want to do that? So when you're in a room and you're working with a client, you're constantly backward and forwarding. You're gauging how it is for them as well as for you. You're not only just listening to your own body, you're also relating to them, because you form this network, this triangle energetically, which is a neshama, if you remember your notes from before. So once that neshama is created, it is almost self-replicating. It allows other things to come in, that person's memories, their understandings, their wisdom, their vulnerabilities, and your own will start to link and weave and do this dance through that triangle. And therefore information is actually passing between you without you having to use your mouth a lot of the time. And that can be so significant. I mean, I've on occasions been with a person and I start to pick it up. This person's stress is so strong, their vulnerabilities. So I put the cards aside, I stand up. It's just like the body-to-body fucking full body hug time. Sometimes you don't need to do anything else with that person except love them while they're with you. And all the reading, you can get it all done in one spread. So even though we're dealing with sort of 6, 8, 10 spreads or maps with tarot, you can get it all done in the one. The first 10 minutes is the majority of a reading, and then bits will get discovered as we go through map after map and we start navigating between shoals in the ocean, currents, etc. You'll get your extra bits. But those first 10 minutes, they're kind of it. They're like the umbrella over a communication session. While the neshama is in operation, there's only the two of you in the world together. And the information is going to go then from them into you A lot of the time you do. Oh, I'll mention this now in case I forget, and I forget more things than I've ever learned. One of the important things at the end of a day when you've read tarot or you've done numerology, or you've worked with person on one-on-one counseling, is get wet. Get under a shower, get in the ocean, get in the river, get in the dam, get wet. There is a thing called psychic slag that can build up in a room and environment within your flesh and blood self, because of course you're millions of species, aren't you? Trillions of species, and they're all sort of like eating on whatever the mood is, which is the weather. Your moods are the weather that will affect the beasties and the critikin. So when you get wet, what you do is you just diffuse that charge. It's like an electrical charge almost. You diffuse that. And just while we're in the subject, just to get it out there, the other thing occurs, people have said, can you please come and do a ritual cleansing on my house? And I turn up with my vacuum and a bucket and a mop. And they go, what's that? And I go, this is how I do it. And they go, I don't get it. And I go, psychic clag will drop and hit your carpet, hit your floor. It'll also, sure as shit, hit your windows. So you've got to clean your windows, clean your floors. Everything else is beautifully ceremonial, and I have no problem with that. That's up to each individual. But that cleaning technique, it does it every time. I don't.
That's funny you say that, Laura. One of my friends, he suicided in February, and his wife's aunt believed there was a demon in the house or something. What she did was she cleaned the house. That's the best thing. What a clever woman, clever person. Yes. And the cleaning will do it. And it also, because there's no such thing as death, there's the cessation of the ness of the person's flesh and blood body. The ness is off somewhere, which is for an entirely different scenario than this. That ness disappears, but what actually occurs then is the rest of the person's body kind of like crumbles down and becomes nourishment. Good nourishment, which is why it's important to sort of eat well, think well, really fulfill that understanding of environment, really, because that's what we are. And as we break down and we allow our skin selves to be going into the garden to feed other plants all the time, we are connected to this great big web. Yes, you all know that. So that when we have a body death, that's nourishment. We're feeding those fucking plants. That's excellent. So of course you're going to be food for Aurochs 10,500 years from now. It couldn't be any other way. And it doesn't matter how a person dies. What I find a problem with being kept alive when it's your time to have a body death, and the medical profession will just drag out this cruelty. Can the medical profession on the odd occasion stop that from happening? Anybody working with medicine can stop it from happening. What if a person needs a blood transfusion and they're a Jehovah's Witness? They're affected by an ideology, not medicine. So it's like knowing the difference between the two. Even Big Pharma, they have an agenda, and that agenda, of course, is to keep us sick. It's just like Weight Watchers have an agenda to keep you fat. Their agendas are really clear when you go behind it. But again, that's you understanding, like, for example, understanding the number 8 is understanding that Weight Watchers is not out to help you get healthy bodies. How does it benefit a person if you get one dose and you're healed? How can you form a company called the Cancer Council if cancer's healed? What happens to all those jobs? Next question.
Yeah, I had a question, I guess. Well, so I did like a lot of my friends and people in my life, and then it started to frustrate me because a lot of them have only the Greek alphabet on their birth certificates, and then I thought it's pretty similar to English, and I tried to like figure it out on my own, because I figured if it's like Pythagoras' theorem, then he would have made it in ancient Greek when it first existed, I guess. And then I sort of tried and I figured it out and it seemed to work, but I'm just wondering, I don't know, like if you know anything about that. Or
if it works, it works.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
we've
it's
got,
just interesting.
no, it's really cool.
Like it only worked in ancient Greek, not modern Greek. And in modern Greek, they removed it's like 3 letters, which like messes up the whole system. And then I couldn't help but think like, I wonder if they did that on purpose or if someone updated it, or I don't know, but it's pretty much impossible. I followed all these threads online, but as you said, I'm sure this is just an oral tradition, and it's like,
this is an oral tradition, Artemis, but the best thing you can do in a situation like that, it would be the same with somebody who is Chinese, who is Jewish, who has a different kind of alphabet altogether. You start out by translating it into the lingua franca of oh, what's happening with my phone? Shit, excuse me. I don't even know what's recording. Oh. La 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 la. I don't know if this is working.
What do you mean?
Okay, there we go. Good. Okay, so where am I? Go back again. So the puppy, the lingua franca of the day, as I said, is the English language, because they were one of the last colonialists. The lingua franca of the next 20 years or 100 years, maybe Mandarin. We'll work that out when the time comes. But in the meantime, it's a really good question, because my suggestion is you start out with the language, or translating it into the language of the 26 letters that we have available to us in the lingua franca. And then when you become really proficient and you're comfortable with how you interact with the numbers as people, then you can translate it into any language. It's like, but what we're at the moment is, this is kiddie school. I'm not.
So in that, would you ask the person how they spell their name in the lingua franca?
Yes, and you can discuss that, because quite a lot of the people that I work with are from China, and I ask them about how comfortable they are with working with the lingua franca, and we can discuss that. And I mean, I'm the person who can only speak one language. Most people from China could speak my language. Most people from Sweden speak with the English language as well, because it is the lingua franca, so most people are taught it. So you get them to help you, yes, and they're helping you by giving you their English language. I just can't stand that word, English language. English language. And then later on, of course, you can translate it back into any language you like. Once you understand it, the language of the communication of what you realize through the integrated self, through the challenges, through the rock in the road, that's a universal language, because you're talking about emotions and movements and understanding and consciousness. You're not sticking within some kind of paradigm that's to do with society or the zeitgeist. Do you know what I mean? I'm talking to you, Nilla. Yes. Is that understood? Thank you. And then, of course, open it up, because that makes life exciting once you start working with people from different cultures and different histories and different recognitions of even the ideas of. I mean, if you were to, for example, to sit with a first contact group from the Amazon, how are you going to establish a language? You're going to establish a language by talking at them, or by gesture and feel and reciprocity again. If they know you can light a fire, you're handy to the group. If you don't know how to light a fire, what are you doing here? One of my friends ended up with a first contact group of people in the Amazon. This is Carla Stang. When I first met her in 2002, and she's written a book about it. She's an anthropologist, and they kept her outside of the village for ages because they thought she was some kind of like two-legged pig. And they didn't want to disrespect her as a species at all, but they also didn't want to allow her into the village to behave as a human if she was not one. So she was kept outside of the village with the interpreter until long enough for them to understand who or what she was. We mentioned this before when I talked about them saying, one of the head women saying, "What's time?" Didn't we? We had a conversation about that last week. Okay, anybody else? Next question.
Could I please ask a question? So I have my destiny, direction, inner self, and foundation are a 3.
Yes.
And
I could talk to you all day too.
I also have a 3 as weakness.
Yep.
So I'm wondering, in that sort of situation, would it mean that the person needs to nourish that aspect to sort of unlock or nourish the other aspects?
Very interesting. So what the person needs to do with that, if there's a weakness in there, is to find out specifically in the connection with the number 3, if one talks too much and says nothing, or if one doesn't fulfill the criteria of communication by being explicit, or they haven't got enough words, for example. And as you may have found, and also a person with that weakness of 3 may find themselves in a situation where they spend vast quantities of a day not talking to people, and therefore their capacity to communicate is diminished because they don't have people around them with whom they can communicate cleanly and clearly. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question?
Well, so for the other aspects of the self, would it sort of be diminishing those as well, like your inner self and your direction and destiny?
No. It's just, it's one of the pack. It's one of the kids in the pack.
Yeah.
It's like, let's all include this kid in the pack. Let's bring them in. Let's work out why they're being so discordant, and not denying them their presence in the pack at all. No.
Okay. Thank you.
Great question. Thank you. Any others? Okay.
Can we talk about the pinnacles and the Saturn returns and how they possibly relate, and what the pinnacles may, or can you just shed some more light on the pinnacles and how they're...
Love to, thank you. Pinnacles are your glory. Pinnacles are the hat. The pinnacles are my septum piercing. The pinnacles are the bits of self that go, oh, I can work with you. You're pretty. You're yummy. The pinnacles are the salt in the potato, for example. The pinnacles, absolutely, they shine. If you were, see, the system of numerology is so beautiful insofar as what it does is allow that which could be suppressed to then expand out to its full beauty. If I can give you an example, I remember when I was working with Jesus Christ Superstar, I had a cast and crew of about 100, including the band, 32-piece orchestra. And in the chorus, there was this one young woman, she was around 16, still in high school, which is, of course, is very terrible for people, however. And her capacity to sing was fucking awful. And she kept coming to the front of the group and singing away. And because it was community theatre, everybody thought, oh yeah, we'll just leave it alone. But this was back in 2003, and it was $25 a fucking seat. And there was, somebody had borrowed to do the show, to get the rights, they'd pay $27,000 to do that. So I had one job only, and that was to make certain that no one on stage was embarrassed and that the audience got their money's worth. That was it as a director. So I kept saying to her, without sacking her, which is my first priority, is I'm going to sack you. Without sacking her, I said, get to the back of the group. And she would do that while they were doing their choruses, and then sure as shit, next time we'd have a rehearsal, that person's at the front of the group. That kept happening for a few weeks, and in the end I said, you're sacked, get out. You're not going to be in this show. You can't fucking sing. And that's probably a really mean thing to say to a 16-year-old. However, they pranced out, they stormed out. They had a couple of choices. And I was pretty impressed by the choice that they made. So this person went away and was back 2 weeks later and came to the front of the group again and sang with perfect pitch. And I stopped the rehearsal and I just said to them, what have you done? And she said, I got voice lessons just to prove you wrong. Yep. Guess who was making me coffee every time we got together? We were like sort of warriors side by side through that show. That person became my ally, not because I'd brought them down, but because they had lots of chances and then it was no more chances. And everything then went across to them, and it was their choice how they dealt with it. And instead of being pooky and saying, get fucked, like with that number one, and that is a challenge, instead of getting pooky and get fucked, they went, how do I get even? And it was just brilliant. It was just remarkably good, remarkably wonderful. I don't like the word good, but it was pretty remarkable because they came back, and of course they went on to become a singer. Would that have happened if I'd accepted the poor thing? They're only 16? No. I consider a 16-year-old to be an adult. So you're through allowing a person to be dysfunctional within a tribal situation or a clan situation, you're actually doing them a disfavor, and you're not, the seventh generation will suffer because of it. So with that, pinnacles, interestingly enough, if you can go back to that subject, Ari, so they stand alone to start with. Let's just give them their space. That's it. When the destiny, the major life cycles, which are the 28 years every Saturn cycle, when they happen to be the same, say for example you have a personal year of 5 on the same time as you've got a pinnacle of 5, at the same time as you've got a major life cycle of 5, if you've got a destiny of 5, it's quite likely you're going to die that year. When they line up, it becomes very...
Can you say that again, please?
Well, if you had a person has a pinnacle of 5, and they have a personal year of 5, and they have a major life cycle of 5, and they have a Saturn cycle of 5, when they all line up, it's pretty fucking big, and a lot of people do die during that. When they hit that whole stellium. Can we call it a stellium? Because that's what it's like. So when it hits that stellium, it's like, woo, okay. At the similarly, define...
Is that only with the number 5?
Hang on. Similarly, again, please, you need to reconsider or redefine in consciousness the idea of death, because it may not necessarily be the body death, but a complete and absolute transformation from what they were before. It's almost, those kind of stellium are like caterpillar becoming moth. There's a moment, just a moment in a chrysalis stage where the eye is down in the bum. Yes, Kiki.
Sorry, my internet's really bad. Is it only for the number 5?
No, any number. I just chucking up an example. Any number.
As long as all those 3 fields line
when they all come together, it's like it's pretty fucking amazing. Hi, Luna. Well, sure if you were there in the background. Questions?
I have. I was like, what? The number 5? The number 5. So did you say is the destiny, the pinnacle, and the personal year?
And the middle life cycle, or the whichever Saturn cycle a person's in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. So I'll probably have a death in 3 years.
Okay, well, it's going to be a doozy. And so with that lineup, you can prepare.
Okay.
In tarot, numerology is very different to tarot, because you can prepare. Tarot will make certain you can never prepare.
Do I prepare using, let's say, if it's 5, using the 4 and the 6?
You prepare by understanding the essence of 5 and walking into it like a garment.
Right.
You don't need to prepare with the 4 and the 6. You just need to really embrace or come to be comfortable with that idea of being a modern day gypsy, of working with different forms of intellectual ideas, different ways of considering consciousness. All these things with that number 5, for example, would be what you're looking at. Can you travel from town to town in your van with your pack of tarot cards and your bag over your shoulder of psilocybin mushrooms and be able to do the job you've got to do at healing whoever you got to heal? Sort of. Does that make sense? You're working on the 4 and the 6 as well if you need to. Okay, so you better deck that van out with a fucking Persian carpet.
I'll have to.
And you better make sure with your 4 that you know what to do if your motor breaks down and how to change a tyre. You with me?
Yeah, I've got that sorted.
Oh, they're all sorted. You're doing it, aren't you?
Pretty much what I did this morning.
Shut my mouth. Okay. From Kate Little, just want to confirm the triangle we're considering here is Destiny, Pinnacle, Personal Year. Destiny, it's not a triangle, it's a stellium. The stellium is Personal Year, the major life cycle. Of course, you've got 3, 0 to 28, 28 to 56, 56 for the rest of your physical body. So Pinnacle, Personal Year, major life cycle, probably fitting in with your integrated self and or your key and or wherever those a big fuck ton of numbers are grouped together. That's when you will have an interesting transition. Now, those interesting transitions, by the way, I'll go back to you, Luna, just for the moment. If you've got one of those transitions or stelliums coming up in a couple of years, what actually happens is you explore the year or so beforehand. And through exploring the years beforehand, you just work and tweak a little bit on whatever is the vulnerability in your chart. And that means that everything's sorted out and ready to go when you hit that stellium. Yeah, and I'm just using the word stellium. It could be the wrong word, but it's like a narrative, if you like. A change of narrative. Okay. By the way, anybody not working this week with this? Anybody not working? And if not, why not?
Supposed to not work, but
you haven't worked with people?
Oh, as in, you mean in Melbourne because of what's happening, or
you had 10 people
yes.
to do the numbers for this week?
Oh yeah, no, I did that. I thought you were alluding to the fact that we can't.
No, I'm talking about this work only. I'm not interested in what the fuck's happening in the rest of the world. 10 clients this week, 10 charts. Some people have had 1 or 2 charts, but they've expanded those out greatly, and now they're actually working, and they're on their second lot of professional paid work. Because once you start doing this, and people go, what the fuck, that is so weird. I knew that about myself, but I didn't know I know that about myself because I've been confused, or the veils of society and expectations of culture have covered the true self. And what you do is you expose them back to themselves, and 90% of the time people will say to you, I knew that about me. I knew that, I just forgot. I knew that, I just forgot. Oh fuck, I just forgot. And what you'll do is you're opening for them the curtain. And they are all the people in the Shakespearean production. And by you, what you're doing is almost you're mirroring back to them what they forgot was beautiful about themselves. And once that happens, and because it's so on, it's a really intensely brilliant system, what happens then is they're going to want more of your time. I mean, somebody did send me a text message whereby there was question after question after question after question. The person kept coming back and wanting more and more. And at that point, that you say, well, what are you doing to sort me out? There's my fucking money jar. You know? So this is really, really important. Somebody's in for a doozy. Anisha, 2 personal year, destiny, personality. Okay, yeah, you're in for a doozy. I didn't manage 10 as haven't been that well. We did 3. That's awesome. Even doing those 3, if you do those 3 fully, you're fulfilling the criteria. And but working with a person, I can't stress this enough. When you're working with another person and you're doing their chart for them, please record it. For yourself and for them. Please record it, because some people come back to me and go, I think I saw this, I think I heard that, I'm going, I don't know if you haven't recorded it and I can't listen to it. Somebody did send me an MP3 file of a recording. It was brilliant. It was fucking amazing. I could sit down and go through certain points and say, at 1 minute 28 seconds you said this, at 1 minute what about, and then then it can be opened up and we can work with it. If you don't record it, it's just like I'm making assumptions every which way, and that's not part of my philosophy. I won't do it. And don't do it with each other either, is my request?
Well, I know I got organized and did, my little computer printout of chart.
Well done.
And thanks. And I've since added to it, but then I got caught up, like I did my son's, my name and my cousin's name, and I made boo-boos. So then I went back to the recording and checked it back out and made better notes. So, and then have added to my chart. I've got actually a 3-pager happening.
Yep.
To start with,
That's why this is called a masterclass, because you're supposed to be good at it.
Yeah. So I've got it all clear,
Okay. If you want to set that up as a template on a PDF file and people need that, if you want to charge them a few bucks, then please do so.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I was gonna just give it over to everybody if they wanted it.
Okay, well, if you've got a money jar and they've got $5 to spare or $3 to spare, and they can help you out for the following week. Yeah. Again, this is reciprocal. You can do it. Happy to pay someone for it. There you go. Thank you, darling. So if you can do that and you put a money jar up and you say, just here, put a donation in there. I've gone to the trouble of doing all this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it was good, to get it very clear now. So I've done 2 this morning, just the chart, and then I'll look into the deep.
Fabulous, because this is meant to be an income. So on that level, before we get into the maps of today, because I'm going, where the fuck are we going to start on tarot, for goodness sakes? All this is tarot. It's just not the technique of using the cards. So we kind of got that. Wheels within wheels within wheels. I love the sort of the Native American idea of moving from one wheel to another wheel, which you can do when you change the hats of being the person who's the producer of your own self. So this is a change of subject. Does that make sense? Okay. Change of subject basically says, if you choose, get an ABN as a sole trader, set yourself up, so know how to do a profit and loss statement. If you don't, please contact me during the week and I will set you up as an example profit and loss statement. For example, as a sole trader, I can claim percentages of my electricity, all my utilities, my phone, all my research materials, all my stationery, all my office equipment, a percentage of my telephone bill every month, travel, heaps of it, every bit I get to claim. And on the top of that profit and loss statement, of course, I've got what money comes into my account, and all of that's covered, and then I end up getting it to my accountant once a year, and then he sends it to the ATO who says she doesn't know anything. You do have to be very careful how you do this. For example, about 4 years ago it was now, 4 years is a rough guess, I got a $3,000 bill from the ATO because what they'd done is they'd lowered the glass ceiling on sole income earners and had not told accountants. And because I'd been going to go take a holiday the following year, I'd earned a little extra. And because I'm just this stupid fucker who claims everything honestly, I got knocked. And my accountant was like, we didn't see this coming. And I contacted the ATO and spoke to a lovely person there and said, hey, you just took $3,000 out of my account and that you owe this. And I went, that was my holiday money. And I haven't had a holiday since 2003. And she went, like, I don't know what to do about that. I can't do anything about that. And they couldn't do anything about that. So it's like making certain that, I mean, this is great because, you chuck money into my fucking account. It's all donation. I don't have to claim any of it. I don't have to write any of it up. Win-win situation for me.
Is that the trick there with the donation?
It's a bit of a trick. Yeah, it's a great trick. Some people are very generous and some people are not, and it's circumstantial. And I can't care. I can't. But we are coming into such an economically difficult and challenging period of time that this is what this workshop's about, so that you've got a way of making some money, making a living, feeding your family. Okay. And this skill is going to be it. And anybody who tries to, and people will try and get you. If you, for example, do a reading for a person and that person's partner doesn't like the answer and the fact that they're called a fuckwit and an alcoholic and a pig and a prick and what do they call that? I don't know. I'm sort of like stuck in Star Wars thinking about this. Not the Jedi, the opposite. They might want to sort of get you. And they might want to bring up the Fraudulent Mediums Act, for example, or they might want to contact Centrelink and say this person is earning their money as a reader of tarot, and I'm just telling on them. And then Centrelink will go, we know. Fuck off. You're safe. You're so covered. Now, I'm old enough to be getting an age pension, which I call my arts grant. It took me a long time to get this. At the same time, I'm still working full on. They know I'm working full on. I just have to put in my end of year statement with my accountant. I don't get any dramas or any stress. So this can be worked, but if you are worried that what you are doing is going to get sprung for somebody, then cover your bases. There's that number 8. And I do have an 8 rock in the road, and so I've covered all those bases as much as I can by knowing that. And I can also live without running water. So, if you're not earning money from this already, please get it sorted out. And if a person then refers one of their friends because they're so impressed with what you've said and what you've recorded, and that you've sat down with them for an hour and lovingly given your time and your space, and you could be sort of sitting back reading a really good book, one of mine. Yeah, you want to sit down, and if they say, I've got a friend who'd love to get, they've heard the reading and they're just like blown away, and can they please have a reading? You go, yeah, $75 or $125. You just make sure that you're covered, because this will spread really quickly, and it will spread through word of mouth because you are adequate with what you're doing, and because they're so used to getting crap like it's your karmic lessons in life to suffer X or to suffer Y when we don't have karmic lessons. That's nothing to do with us. None of this is about lessons. All of it's experience. It's experience to deepen us, to deepen it. It's the juice that feeds the tree. Okay. We up to date? We up to scratch?
Laura, you did ask me to interrupt you and ask about the possibility of a numerology workshop, please. You talked about possibly one day.
Okay, yep. So let's do that, but let's set that up. I don't know when we need to set that up. I just need to in the next month or so, the next fortnight or so, find out when everybody's got a free evening, for example. An unattached evening, and if that's the case, I'm up for it, except when the night when SAS is on. You won't get me. I'd be keen for that. Okay, yeah, because why not? And that way we can go through each of your charts, and each of you can then record sessions to do with other people. Yeah, they're all keen. Okay, that's cool. We'll sort that out. I'll sort that out this week, and if you can raise up some suggestions, but evenings will be better. And if there's evenings, what's America like when it comes down to evenings here? That'll be your mornings of the day before, yes? You there, Jason?
That could get tough for me.
You're there?
That'll be morning for me, yeah.
You'd be okay with us having evenings here in Naarm?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so we'll sort that out when the timing works for both. Yeah, and we'll have an evening of it. Okay. It could be tough unless it's a Saturday here.
Yeah, that's a same for me in a certain way, because it's not really evenings, it's kind of middle of the night.
What's it? Okay, sort of
if it's Saturday here, which is your Sunday, then I can rock it at any time. I just will make sure that or even Saturday here.
Okay, so somebody said Saturday morning. So what about a Saturday morning, for example, around 12?
Yeah,
we can work that out. Right. Can you help me work that out at some stage, Nilla?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, cool. If that
works. While you're talking to me, I'm kind of having a bit of a conniption and a bit of a freak out, because I've done 10 charts, right? Like I was asked to do, but I'm still having issues with. I'm just trying to get a fucking number 4 in my head about these portions of numerics. So can I just ask a really practical question about that?
You can ask anything you like.
Thanks. Okay, so let's just take, for example, I've got somebody who's born on the 30th day, in 1976, right? And I'm trying to find out their pinnacle. I mean, not their pinnacle, sorry, their challenge, their second challenge. That's to do with the day and the year.
The second challenge, what's the year? 1976, did you say?
1976. So one way when I do the maths, I get 23 for 1976. If I take 23 away from 30, then I get 7, right?
Your maths is wrong somewhere.
No, but if I reduce the 30 to a 3 instead, then it becomes a 2. And it's every fucking single chart that I've done has got this going on with the day and the year. So I don't know what is going on. I'm like, I've gone over the math of that particular one again and again and again, and it's just not happening. Maybe I need some personal tuition around that, or like.
Yep. Oh, can you please send me send me 3 or 4 dates?
All 10 of them.
So give me the one again. Give me the one you were just talking about.
Okay. It's the 30th of April, 1976.
30th of April, 434. That's a 7.
But it's the,
1976 is 10, 17, 19, 20, 22. That's a 5. That's 1976 comes to a 5. What's your problem?
So, yeah, well, this is the thing. It's like, before it comes to a 5, it comes to a 23. This is what I'm asking. Do I take 23 away?
No, just break it down. Break it down. It's not a master number.
Okay.
Nilla, I can understand your confusion. Let me clarify really quickly. If it's not 11, 22, or 33, keep breaking it down. So if it's 24, it breaks down to a 6. If it's 30, it breaks down to a 3.
Yeah.
And then you keep, that's it. That's all you need to do. Keep breaking it down unless it's 11, 22, or 33.
Yeah, because your prime numbers and your base, because your prime numbers are the big ones and your base numbers are the absolute reductions. So that if you had an 83, that would, the middle number would be an 11, but the bottom number would be a 2. So you would stop with the 11 there. You wouldn't break it down to a 2, okay? Yeah. When you were working such a situation as your challenges and even your pinnacles, you're going to leave it at that 11. You're not going to break it down. And with every other number, you're going to break it down to its bottom, its baseline, but you'll utilize, the only reason that you really use the prime numbers like 23, for example, and breaking that down up to a 5 is because you want to make sure your maths is correct.
Sure, yeah.
That's it.
Yeah,
Other than that.
I guess that's what I was wanting to clarify is if I've got a place where I'm minusing 16 from 20, do I bring the 20 to a 2 and bring the 16 to a 7 and then minus the 2 from the 7? Like, that's what I was wanting to know is how far to take it.
Yeah.
Because I need to redo every single chart that
Fabulous.
I've done.
Fabulous.
It's not
what good training is that?
No, not. But that will teach me for staying up till 3:30 in the morning doing charts when I've got COVID, won't it? It
would. It's not teaching you anything, darling. It's just you're exploring the forest. Can you just do that? You've just hit these huge steps leading up the mountain to the cave of the ancient mother who's got all the answers for you, Mother Wolf.
Oh, thank you.
Oh! Thanks, yeah. The moment you stop thinking of this as a forest, the moment you stop thinking of any of this work as environmental, even though we'll use terms that are to do with humans, but you will sort of lose the plot a little bit. Cool? All right. That's it? We up to date?
Well, I just want to say within that, just for sense of humour's sake, I have a book this time that is a Spyrex so that I can tear those pages out and do them again, and I'm really grateful about that. So that's a point to be aware of in the future in sitting classes. It's good to have that kind, the one like this, so that you can tear them out.
Yeah, and then you can have a big ceremonial fire out the back and cook yourself some rabbits.
Bye, Felicia, to the bad numbers.
All right, so part of the work, the homework this week, this is my notes. You can't see it, looks like a blank book. It'll do.
Yeah, no homework.
Please watch Lynn Kelly, but I'll bring that up on the Facebook page. And also, it was a mention this week of we're having, for the people that are not a part of that social media platform, we are going to be doing question and answers, Q&As on the actual YouTube site. Yep. Just to be able to sort of make sure you've got it. Anything you need to know, I'm there for you. But what's important, why I ask you to watch Lynn Kelly's video, is because this whole thing is brain training. This whole thing, we are getting this in your memories. Somebody mentioned to me during the book that they've read a book on numerology and it didn't quite fit in with everything that I was discussing. Read what you like, but the point is, it doesn't, this is an oral way of teaching. This is the way people taught before books. This is the way people learn before books, is from person to person. I want all of you to be better at this than I ever was. You know, the only difference, I suppose, is I've got 50 years. And so that those extra years are, I've got to give them to you. I've got to give them away, okay? That's the deal here. There has to be somebody who can be there before you. And before me, of course, there was Jackie Robertson Swan, who triggered this technique with me in my early 20s. And I'm like, what the fuck, this person is amazing. So I then took up this technique. And I read a few books and I'm going, what the fuck is this? What, was she wrong? Was everything that I did wrong? No, everything I did was actually spot on. With the people that I was dealing with, it was spot on. And the books were somebody copying something from somebody else and being a fucking smart ass. That includes me. So please watch Lynn Kelly discuss memory and mnemonics. Oh, yes. So, this is it. If you can, we're also in here mind mapping, training your synapses to not become reliant, for example, on your GPS. Your GPS can be really handy at times, but what's more important is to create your maps. Have you all got a map of China in your minds? Have you all got the full map of the Arctic Circle and the people, the names of the tribal confederacies of the Arctic Circle in your minds? Have you got that? Recipes, maps, getting to the point where you can draw this information to say you forgot something really interesting, because once you've forgotten, say, an ingredient to a particular pattern, you'll see this more, this sort of empty space going, what the fuck, this doesn't feel right. And it won't be a good fit, because there is a need to sort of have the pattern like in a kaleidoscope, like in the Mandelbrot set. If, for example, the golden ratio was off and it was a square, you'd feel it, you'd look at it and go, that's a square. If it was a golden ratio type of box, there's a different feeling. If you're learning anatomy, for as an artist, you've got to know the principles of balance. When the balance is off, when the perspective is off. Well, that's what you're doing here. You're developing the new taste buds of perspective. And the perspective, of course, has got to do with the numerology, any pattern that you use, astrology, the same thing. So watching Lynn Kelly discussing mnemonics. The other thing I've got in here, a really good technique for doing this, is to add by thought. So for example, write a list on a piece of paper of 100 numbers. Write a list of 100 numbers. You don't have to do it now, but this week. Write a list of 100 numbers, look at them and add them by thought. And then write your answer down. And then use a calculator and see whether or not you came up with the same calculation as the calculator. And keep going with this practice, this technique of adding those numbers until such time as you can sit there and you can brain train yourself to learn to add those numbers in seconds. That's important. Same with maps, with streets. If you're looking at a map, for example, you want to get from here out to the back of Bendigo, and you get that, you can write that map out. The best way, of course, is to utilize the technologies that you've got available to you, but not the screen. Where you, I'll explain that. Interjection. if I'm writing The Quickening, The Shining Isle, all the stories in When I See the Wild God, there's me sitting in a garden writing them all out by hand. You might think I'm mad, but at least I had Bernard, who's a touch typist, to be able to then take that work and type it up, and all I needed to do was then proofread and edit it. But there is a thing that happens between mind and hand, or between mind and body, or between synapses of the brain, the nervous system. An artist, they could use Photoshop, but it's not necessary. Thanks, Letitia. They could use Photoshop to do certain forms of art, and digital art is also brilliant, but you've also got to learn the techniques of how to do digital art, okay? And it's never going to look fully real. It will do, which is quite interesting, watching the progression of what do they call the deep state, that deep state facial recognition, etc., and deep state identity transference. That's all happening now. It's wonderful in its own way. But get a map, and then in the map, when you write it out. You turn left at this road, right at that road, left at this road, right at that road. You can actually draw the map. What are your landmarks? Are they a Bunnings shop? So are they a Woolworths? Is this where this big ugly block of tower flats is? Is there a park on the corner of this street and that street? What's the name of the street where the park is? Remember this. Training your brain to remember it. Maps are a perfect example. Numbers are a perfect example of how. Seeing patterns in everything. That's really significant. Once I finally got my head around the idea that Melbourne, for example, is set out in grid patterns, never got lost again. Ever, ever, ever. So it's recognized, once you got the map sorted out and the patterns sorted out, it's kaleidoscopic. And yes, it's like the Mandelbrot said. The other point, which is really important to bring up, I don't want, if possible, for anybody to... Can you please remember to never use the words good and bad unless it's for fun? Ooh, that's good. Well, that's bad. Oh. If they're interesting, they're interesting. If they're intriguing, everything is intriguing. So it's very... Because, I mean, I've talked ethics and morality this week with a few people. And it is very important to have that discussion. The difference between ethics and morality is quite enormous. A lot of so-called scenarios that would morally offend a person, ethically won't. So your consent between ethics, morality tends to be the idea of this is acceptable and that's not. But where's the premise of that which is acceptable and that's not? And are you going to need all that to be able to work with tarot? Yes, you are. Okay, it's intriguing, interesting. There is only, in my lifetime as a worker in this field reading tarot, in my lifetime I've only kicked one person out. And that's because I was so disturbed with what I saw, and that person was a pedophile. And they gained great, and it was the first spread. I mean, I've even when they turned up, I got a feeling in my liver. Couldn't explain it. It was just a feeling, and your body will register this. And I sat them down because sometimes I'll get the feeling, and it's like you can gauge things pretty quickly. But sometimes it's difficult to tell whether that person is the violent one or the person who's been violated, because the energies can tend to mix up. But this person, I had that feeling in the liver. I sat down, I threw their cards out, I had one look at it, and I said, oh, you get a great deal of pleasure causing incredible hurt to smaller, more vulnerable people than you. And they looked at me and smiled and said, what's your problem? I said, get out of my fucking house. I got no problem. You just go. And that was it. They thought they got their kicks out of harming children, and the more harm they caused and the more hurtful it was, the more they got their kicks, the more they got a turn on. So it's just when you recognize these things, and And that's the time when you bring in discernment, is when you are ethically aware that that person is causing harm because of the pleasure it gives them and the pleasure it doesn't give the other person. They like to see terror. Some people do that, and you will encounter situations like that. Similarly, I have dealt with people who are in the realm of anti-terrorism, and there's nothing they haven't seen before, and that's horrible to look at in their cards. Horrible. But it'll take, it's your, again, this is your teaching. You're getting taught. What does a body look like when it's been crushed? What does it look like when it's been cut off in the middle? These are things. Knowing also the difference between somebody, for example, who's involved in the military and someone who plays computer games. It's just recognizing those things. These are real subtleties that, like, we can't really cover them until you've been at this for 20 fucking years. But the intrigue is necessary.
Can I ask you a question about that?
Yeah.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
So in those circumstances, do you find that it is their sensation in your flesh that indicates to you what the difference is, like the subtleties in the sensation?
I have physical sensations all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
I guess I'm asking that particularly in what you just said about the pedophile, because I found that after encountering that kind of sensation with the cards, that then I would pass people on the street, certain characters, and I would get the same sensation in my body. And it's like I'm being informed from the feeling, with not even, no cards on the table, no nothing, just crossing their het, you know?
Yes.
And I just wanted to know whether that is something that occurs for you.
All the time. It's probably why I stay home a lot. I don't go to crowds at all. Crowds, there's two different kinds of crowds. There's the kind of crowd I'll encounter if I go up to the beach hotel to watch a good, for example, if I go up to the beach hotel in Byron, because there's a really good band on, Rapscallion's going to turn up that night. Till Rapscallion's there playing their music, I'm totally fucking freaked out. I've got to get out. I stay outside. I won't go in, because what I'm in the thick of is a miasma of people wondering who the fuck they're going to fuck, who they look good for, who they don't look good for. It's like quite vulgar. When the band comes on, everybody's attention is focused to the band. If someone's giving a lecture, all the attention's focused there. It becomes calm. But it's when the focus is not there, when the predatory, there is very, very strong predatory nature of just walking down the street, Elizabeth Street in the city. You'll pass someone who's got that something. And yes, your flesh will feel it, but you'll feel it even from a slight distance from them as at the same time. There are some fascinating stories of rapture, though. I remember sitting on a tram beside a woman who in a full burqa, and another woman got on the tram, very threatening, very out of it on something, fully, violently verbal, and she started verbally getting into the woman beside me who was wearing the brown burqa, early 20s, and I just did this, just moved my elbow towards her, and she elbowed me back. It was just a very small movement. And there was the sense that we were both on high alert, and we remained on high alert. This was Smith Street. Of course, that's the 86 tram. Everybody in Melbourne knows about the 86 tram. We remained on high alert without paying any attention. We're just looking down, not paying any attention, being aware of her, fully aware of the person who was threatening. And then she got off the tram, and I looked to the young woman in the full burqa, and she looked back. I went, raised my eyebrows, and she raised her eyebrows back, and it was like both our worlds changed. This was family. This was a situation where there was a whole lot of language took place without any words between the two of us about how we would defend ourselves if this other person, this threat, attacked. And you will find allies everywhere. And that can be sort of seemingly a homeless dude sitting on the street with his bucket. money jar and looking like he hasn't had a wash in a week. And I remember going and sitting beside one of them, he was only in his late 20s or whatever, and I said, I'll give you $50 for your story. And they're like, what? Okay, yeah, cool. And just to find out exactly how they'd got a PhD in physics, and then they couldn't get a job, and they ended up getting some ice into them, and they felt really nice, and they went, why not? And I went, well, fair enough, why not? And they went, they're perfectly keen, not bothered about whether they live or die, it's whether they have a good time in the meantime, because fitting in with the zeitgeist or the paradigm of an educated person working for a company that was going to bomb the fuck out of Iraq didn't suit this person's consciousness. So yes, does that sort of, is that too much information? It's 24/7. Just be aware of that. Okay, so talking about patterns, any other questions? That was a great one, thanks. Yeah, to do with connecting up with people outside of your studio where you're working. Yeah, you're going to have that happen. And sometimes it makes us all look really sick. We're not. We just become sort of quietly conservative.
So I have one more question, if I may.
Do it.
Before you were speaking about the relationship, that thing of what happens with the brain or the mind to hand. And I just was wondering if you felt like extrapolating on the relationship of that and taking notes in the class.
Again,
as far as the ability to be able to retain the information, like with like the oral tradition. Yep. Being passed down orally, then taking notes, that then like the relationship of that and what that does for us.
But the practice is different. The practice is significant. So if you're aware of it in consciousness, but you don't go over and over and over it in a practical measure, it's the same as if you're building a fence. If you don't go over and over and over it, you're not going to get it. You'll be prone to errors or distortions, or you just basically fuck yourself up a little bit when you think I've got to put 12 planks in that fence and you haven't done your measurements. Then you're going to end up doing 7, and the next one's got all these extra planks to go in there. So it is a matter of like doing the math, doing the relativity between hand and consciousness, between what you're learning intellectually and putting it into manifestation. It's the relativity, it's the continuous nature of doing so. Like I look back at the books that I wrote back in the 90s and I shudder. There's no time to stop, by the way. There's no time to stop learning. It's the most exciting reason for living. I can't think of anything more exciting for living except for touch.
I was going to say the doing, in doing 10 or more numerology charts this week, over and over and over and over and over in a really short space of time, I found myself that I stopped looking at the fucking dot, which was really good. And I started to find my synapses kind of linking the patterns together, but in different ways. So then I was able to kind of get past what I'd written down and listen to what was going on. And that started to happen by about, I don't know, the 5th or 6th chart that I did. And I feel like I'm still at the beginning, but it's like, it's the doing.
Yes, and everything is the dot on the piece of paper. So that you'll one thing will draw your attention and you'll go, oh, look at that 5, look at that 6, look at it over there, look at it over there, and you won't necessarily get trapped anywhere, but you'll become aware of the environment that you're in and how that all comes together. This is all mapping, by the way. So you're aware of how it all comes together, and with the familiarity with the personalities of each number, you go, oh, who's standing out here? Who's dressed in red in a black and white scene? What is it that really sort of like I need to pay some attention to? And then the other numbers will start coming and crowding in, saying, you need to look at me next. Fill me in, show me where I fit in with this whole picture of all these people who are number 7 people, for example. How do I fit in with them? Because each of the numbers is wanting to have a relationship with each of the other numbers, But it's just a bit, we forget how, I mean, this is going to sound a little bit odd, but we forget how perfect we are. And that's why so many people get into self-abuse, or they allow other people to abuse them, is they just forget that they're just fucking perfect. Yeah. And yes, that focus will pull you from one to the other, but it's all talk, it's all a conversation. And some people will dream it. They're dreaming. Some people this week have been telling me they've been dreaming Kabbalah. And it's like through all the worlds, this begins to manifest itself as friends, allies, people that were strangers from your life. Like before the suggestion of making the box, that box wasn't your friend. The boxes that already existed just existed as boxes. They weren't your friends because you weren't cooperating in the making, shaping, and loving of that particular box person. Yep, mapping, people. So this week is about navigation. I just wanted, that was part 1. Part 2, mapping. Covered everything. Week 1, authenticity. Week 2, reciprocity. Week 3, numbers. Week 4, week 1 is authenticity. Week 2 is manifestation. Week 3 was reciprocity. Week 4 is numbers. Week 5 is navigation, which is where we're up to. So we've sort of looked at that a little bit by doing your mapping, doing your additions in your head. It sounds like so much like school, but it's not. Just this navigation, this mapping. So the first one we're going to look at is, let me just describe why. Okay, I've got a whole section, I think, in the new tarot book about why I've altered what has been called spreads. And if anybody wants that information, I've just put it up there for you to just have a little read of this week, that particular section. It's very important knowing, for example, that people who have written books ad nauseum, they all talk about the Celtic cross. I know, I've been doing it for years. Okay. What the fuck does that mean? I mean, the people, Arthur Edward Waite, Ledbetter, Madame Blavatsky, all the members of the Golden Dawn, all of that, they just sort of made this shit up. It's the same as Geoffrey of Monmouth inventing the Arthurian sagas to give so-called a beaten Britain back a Celtic soul. That Celtic cross doesn't mean anything. I don't know who invented it. It's a bloody good system. But what does matter in navigational skills, for example, most navigational skills utilize the stars as their points of reference, or a lot of ships will keep close to the coast. You know, in Arthurian legends, anybody heard of the name Pendragon? Anybody else? Just give me some. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know what it means?
Arthur.
You know what it means?
What's it mean?
Do you know what it means? No. No? Haven't thought about it?
I might have looked at that way back in Mr. Avalon days, but I don't recollect.
No, it's completely irrelevant, Mr. Avalon, because the word pen means a headland in Cornish. And a dragon line is the same as a song line insofar as it's an animal track. A dragon line is also called a worm line. These are ancient tracks that we may end up following because they're the tracks, for example, that the deer travel towards the water. So the word Pendragon is the track that leads to a particular headland. It doesn't mention which headland it is. It's why in Cornwall you've got Penwith, you've got Trebarwith, you've got people with pen in their names. A penultimate, for example. Penultimate is the top. It's the headland. These are languages that were not necessarily translated through to us, so into an English or the lingua franca of the day, but that's what Pendragon is. So of course it's been considered, when Arthur Pendragon becomes known as Arthur, King Arthur, people go, oh, this is a Pendragon. And I go, yeah, whatever. What the fuck is a dragon? Okay, because living in Byronshire, of course, we had the frillneck lizards, and these look like we should consider dragons. Somebody got this information somewhere, and it may go back to pterodactyls, but it may also be a lot of things we don't know about, because orally the name dragon has come through to us as being some mighty creature with wings and a tail that sounds a little bit like a flying fox in Australia if it was a lizard type of scenario. But it's also used by people like David Icke. I have verbal to indicate something of a kingly lineage, and therefore the discussion of the dragon is so, and it's also taken as a big symbol. I've got one tattooed on my shoulder, much to my chagrin, over a period of time, because it's the same as a worm. What it is like trackways through the earth, trackways, and those trackways could also relate to lava tunnels. There's a big shock for you. Do people utilize lava tunnels as places? I mean, in Las Vegas, even recently, people are living in the huge big sewer systems. They're fully set up as the stormwater drains. They're fully set up as homes, and they know when the big water's coming in, time to get out. Okay, but they're also very safe places for communities to live because they're protected from the rain by living underground, or in these places underground. And that could be Cappadocia, that could be the Pueblos, that could also be sort of Petra, a whole heap of different kind of cave-like spaces. But the Pendragon, for example, is the headlands of Cornwall. So knowing even where you can break down the myths that implore you to believe them into things that are understandable is also to break down the idea of hierarchical structures into circular spaces where they may be profoundly important people among equals, but they're still equals. They're still relative to each other. That's significant. In hierarchical structures, which is associated with feudal systems and the idea of better than and lesser than, that doesn't work. So part of your training, of course, is to get rid of that completely. I'm looking at patterns. This one, navigation. So navigation, a ship, for example, that is in Europe or the Arctic, where it's grey all the time, there's no starlight, they need to be able to recognise the coastland. Or they need to be able to recognise what navigators prior to them have kept notes on, so that if a person was travelling across from Dublin or Southampton to the colonies of the Caribbean during the slave era, for example, or during the years of the potato famine or any of those other significant historical periods of time, they are going to be following preset map information by navigators before them. Yes, that's what this is. So we are navigators. This is the ship of prophecy. That's what we're doing. So people have come before us, and sometimes it doesn't come from books. I mean, I'm not going to go into how I learned it. It's just too bizarre.
I actually would really like to know that, though, because you've never said.
No, I can't do that now. It'd take up too much time.
Okay.
Okay, I don't really need to talk about me.
Leave that one alone.
I don't need to talk about me except tell you I'm a countess.
Yay!
I know. Go figure. That's hilarious, isn't it? Okay, but that's only.
And how is your poor little pussycat?
Pardon?
And how is your poor little pussycat?
My poor little pussycat?
Yes, the one that you were going to skin. As the countess. You were gonna kill your cat for doing something.
I don't know, except for vomiting everywhere. My cat does everything that controls and manipulates the whole house. So navigators, back to that navigational type situation. So the Celtic cross destroying the carpet. Oh, I forget what I've said yesterday. I forget what I said this morning. Okay, get back again. Navigation. The Celtic cross got named that, as far as I could tell, by Arthur Edward Waite. Do you need to know that? Only if you fucking give a shit. But what's significant about the Celtic cross is that with repetition, I've learned to, LOL, thanks. I've learned to recognize the patterns. It's almost like fuck the Celtic cross, learn the pattern. That's there. So when I thought about redoing the system and doing the new tarot book, I really needed to get into this modality of a captain of my own fucking ship and what I'm doing. The sense of navigation became really strong. Does this become hilarious when one finds out about one's ancestry? Yes, it becomes hilarious. It becomes incredibly, ridiculously funny. However, what I became very aware of is a couple of things. And of course, life teaches you heaps. Dead reckoning is when you've employed all of the mathematics on a map to find exactly where you are. The dead reckoning is the exact point nautically of the longitude and latitude where you need to be, or where you are. So that's why I've called the first map the Dead Reckoning's map, or the Dead Reckoning spread. Because I know that's going to be the center of the actual reading. So rather than calling it a Celtic cross, which means fucking nothing, I'd at least translate it across to something that makes sense to me. Yes? And will it make sense to you? Of course. So looking up Dead Reckoning and knowing how to work that out is when I lay out that map, the first thing I'm looking at when I lay out the Dead Reckoning map is exactly what's in connection with what. So in the center of the Dead Reckoning map, we're going to go on to that now. So who's got their maps up around them? Anybody? Ah, fuck, chuck it on me, right in the middle of fucking everything. They're actually there on my website. If you want to bring them down in the tarot link, you'll see all the spreads, all the maps that we would use, most of them. And we're going to concentrate on 2 or 3 today so that you can then start exploring them. I don't really want to have to talk about each individual card with you and their meanings. I just couldn't. I don't think this is fucking worthwhile doing. I think it's pointless unless they're actually in a map. And when they're in a map associated with how you're studying, they will make much more sense than if I go, this means this, and this, and it means that, and that. Because the minute you put a pattern together, those meanings are going to go out the window. Yeah? Completely. So your map is really important. When you're working with a person, you could just do a Dead Reckoning map as your first experiment all week. Just do a Dead Reckoning map, for example, with a pack of tarot. Just make sure you're not the person who's pulling out the cards, and I'll tell you why. We'll get very serious. You'll go mad. Take you about 2 weeks to go crazy. Now, if you want to challenge me on that, go ahead. I'm up for it. But to read cards for yourself is madness. What's happened to that fucking... I've got difficulties with this fucking phone.
Is the screen going out?
The screen's gone out.
It's just the timer. We can still see you.
Okay, as long as it's still recording for posterity's sake, particularly now.
So, Law,
I'm pushing the buttons on my computer.
Yeah, we can still see you and hear you.
I know you can, but I can't. Yeah. I don't know what the fuck is going on with my phone. So.
Do you want me to put the setting?
No, it's not that. I've just got to take it off. 2 seconds, everybody. Anybody need a toilet break? Now's the moment to do it.
Ew.
Right. Does anybody need a break, or are we okay to keep going? Just let me know.
Yeah, let's have a dunny break.
Dunny break? Okay.
Yeah.
I have to stop talking then if that's the case, because I can keep talking while you're gone, and that would be awful.
Drink some water.
Drink some water. Make a cup of tea. Okay, we're going to put the kettle on. Back here in 2 minutes, or a minute. Don't go anywhere. Don't go out of the fucking glass. That's okay. How late is it in America, Nilla?
She's dunning.
Oh, Jason?
I'm
It's
in San
12:27
Francisco.
a.m.
What is
It's
it?
9:20.
9:20?
I'm at
Yeah,
9:27.
Okay, that's okay. You're all awake?
I'm
Yeah.
12:27. I'm on the East Coast.
Okay, cool. All right. What we as long as I'm not keeping you awake, it's not 1 o'clock in the
We're
morning.
good. We're good.
You're good.
Knew what we signed up for.
I'm gonna put the kettle on.
Don't need to start pulling stuff.
Tea?
Thank you.
Okay.
I utilised this before.
Yes. It's crazy to leave it just running through all this. I'm just going to pause the recording because otherwise it's just going to keep going and going and going, and that's really pausing. So I'm back. Oh, just waiting for my companion to come back in the room.
I have stuff in my face.
You're right. So, dead reckoning. What's going to be a problem for you initially when we're talking about this is whether you've got cards out in front of you. If you've got cards out in front of you, you've got a problem. So can you not? If you've got somebody else in the room with you that you can that's willing to work with you just even today, then yeah, sort it out so that that's okay with them to do that. But otherwise, we're just going to work on the theory.
So can you at all just use a normal playing cards just to get the?
No.
Okay.
It's seriously going to fuck with you.
Okay.
I mean, you can disbelieve me, but it could be to your detriment if you didn't accept that. You can disagree with anything I say, but you reap the consequences of me saying it because I've got,
I take your word,
50 years worth of this on. I've just watched people go mad real fucking fast. So what's going to happen is, and everybody tries to read their own cards, but they keep on doing it until they get the answer they want, but they've made a mistake! And the mistake that they've made is that there is no tarot. That's so fucking terrifying. I cannot begin to tell you what that person has done, or that couple of people have done, and I've watched it. It's so terrifying because they'll chuck out a spread. They've got a map in front of them. And there's devils, and there's 10 of swords, and there's towers, and there's 9 of swords, and there's 3 of swords, and there's 5 of wands, and there's 5 of swords, and they go, whoa, I don't like that very much, and I'll just shuffle it again and lay out another 5. Hopefully I'll get the next lot better. And they'll keep doing that until they get a pattern that they want. But you know what the person has done? They have made certain that every fucking one of those maps is going to happen before the final outcome. You want to do that? Reap the consequences of your actions. Every single one of those spreads, once they're on the table, and I haven't got the capacity to explain this, except for what we talked about week 1, which is light being both particle and wave. Now, has anybody who read Darryl Rennie yet? Death of Forever. Death of Forever and The Music of the Mind were both laid out for you to have a fucking read. That's yours, yeah. Were both laid out for you to have a read of. I'm not going to recommend books unless I think they're really, really appropriate to what you're studying. I just won't, because reading textbooks can be so fucking boring. However, they're both really significant titles to munch away on and have a bit of a meal about. If you haven't read Death of Forever, then I can tell you that 10 to the 40th isn't going to make any sense unless you've read it. Kabbalistically, understanding the representations of life being both particle and wave, it's pretty significant information. So that what happens every single time, because the pattern's been set at some phase of the evolution of us tarot interactively, at some phase, it's so difficult not to stay in the ideas of time because we've been so manipulated by thinking of past, present and future. But at some phase, when you lay out those cards, at some phase an agreement's been made between you, the Y-node theory of your ancestors, all of the incarnations in which you have lived, which is trillions and trillions. We worked that out when you did the maths of the Y-node. All the people that you've interacted with, every single one of you is woven into the tapestry of tarot. And the cards, the 78 cards, you can never get a repeat. You could get, as I said before, with the murders in Melbourne, you could get the same 3 tarot cards turning up over and over again. But because somebody is different each time they sit in front of you, it's going to be different. Are there warps to this weave? Yes, there are warps to this weave, and I might as well just throw it in here because otherwise I'll forget. I worked with a Russian woman in the high country of Victoria outside of Bendigo. She had a 3-story bluestone house worth a couple of $1 million. She wanted to sell it. She was getting old. She wanted to get something smaller. So she came for a reading, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. All I can remember is this one repetitious phenomenon, which was hilarious retrospectively, is she gets a 4 of Cups to do with property. And I go, they've got an offer to make to you. She says, oh, okay. So the people, the developers, came to visit her. She'd had the property up for a while. Nobody could afford to pay the money. The developers turned up and made her some kind of an offer. And she went, oh, maybe. Do I do people often in a row, like a week, 2 weeks apart? Oh, no, hardly ever. Sometimes, like, I'll play with you. Okay. She said, I'll give you $20 if you just give me one card. I go, yeah, just pull it. She pulls out the 3 of Cups. I said, they've got another offer to make to you. So that following week, she's talking to the developers, and she said, give me a better offer. So they give her a better offer, and she goes, back in the day when I'm live, she said, I could come and pull a card. She's going past where I'm living. She pops in. I wasn't working. She pulls a card. 3 of Cups. Sorry, 4 of Cups. I said, they've got another offer. She goes back to the developers, says, make me a decent offer. They said, we'll have a discussion. They had a big discussion behind the scenes. And they said, we've come back with the 3rd and final offer. We cannot do any more than this. So I think it was something like $3 million more than she'd originally asked. And she goes, not quite sure. And she phones up. She said, just one more, please, just one more. I said, okay, come on. So she comes past the house, drops in. I said, pick a card, any card. 4 of Cups. I said, they've got another offer to you to make. And she said, how long is this going to go on for? I said, pick a card, any card. She pulls a card out, said, Death card. I said, this is the last one. She said, oh, okay. Off she goes. She went back to the developers. They said, no, can't do it. We can't offer you any more than we have. She said, well, then there's no deal. If you haven't got another offer to make to me that at least satisfies me, and I know there's another offer you can make. I know there is. So they're saying, oh, we can't do it. I said, well, then forget it. She said, forget it. And the story comes back to me, and I got a magnum of champagne out of that. Like, I got a magnum of champagne out of Lynn Frank's as well. And I don't drink alcohol, so that's a bit of a fucking waste. However, she'd said to them, no, it's not the last offer. And they'd ended up giving her another $1.5 million on top of what she'd originally asked, or on top of what their last offer was. And she said, thank you very much, I'll take that, and signed the paperwork. That's how this can work. Is it a risk? Is it maybe? Who knows? Chicken and the egg, isn't it? Chicken and the egg. Who knows whether or not that she would have... What was her destiny? Her destiny was to continue coming and getting that 4 of Cups until such time as the Death card turned up. But that was her destiny. What about if she'd come a 5th time? But she didn't, you see. And she never was going to, because she only came 5 times, and that was sort of it. Okay. So... you can work with pieces of paper, like a shopping list. You can do anything you like. You can put numbers on them. Random numbers. See if the numbers somehow play out. Any experiment you like, but please don't throw out the cards. And if you suggest ordinary playing cards, I can read them. I can read them like I can read tarot cards. So that's no way out either. That's not an excuse either. Because the pips, or so-called pips, when people have been trying to give a reason for, or trying to explain the history of, she's okay, as long as she's okay. When people have been trying to explain, why do people seek to justify the date of the fucking thing and to legitimize it? It's absolutely silly. It's like anybody telling me that, oh, no, Julius Caesar didn't invade Britain in 23 of the current era. Who says he fucking didn't, just because things are written down? See, this is where we get blackmailed by the schooling system that says, learn your dates. Huh? Learn 1770. Learn about 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue, blah, blah, blah. Learn that. Despite the Rosslyn Chapel making a lie to all that bullshit around Columbus, for goodness sakes. So we are pigeonholed by the idea that everything has to have a hereditary to make sense. This is the arrogance of a colonialist people. So throw it away. Sooner or later you get to the stage you don't even know what day of the week it is, because there are no days of the week. I mean, who the fuck invented that? Just so that we can have a calendar? Who the fuck invented a clock? Just so we can meet our appointment deadlines? That's about it. The sun in the sky should be enough. The ability to recognize standing stones, the ability to recognize that we're going to have a meeting when this smell comes in the air, when this particular plant flowers. Yeah? That's all memorizing. That's all memory training, which is significant. So you've got Dead Reckoning. You're going to lay out your central card, your central story. Now the center of the story is like the dot on the piece of paper. It's the same principle. And it's also like Keta, insofar as it's the nourishing soil of everything that's going to come from that. That's that first card that you lay out. What does that mean? Nothing on its own. Can it? Well, you'd be interpreting from a fucking book. So there's that first card. Again, if you've read lots of books on tarot, I don't care. I haven't. I think I maybe read one when I was 19. But no, I haven't. So anyway, first card's laid out. That's the center of everything. It's like the dot on a piece of paper, though, because it's going to be associated with everything that's relative to it. Okay, that's what's... Now, there's one the second card goes over the top of that crosswise. That's why I think Arthur Edward Waite got his idea of calling it a Celtic cross, but excuse me. The one that crosses it is somehow creating a sort of a malleable pattern to the first card. So they're kind of like, oh, how do we relate to each other? What have we got to do with each other? No way of knowing at this stage. It's too early. So you've laid it all out, how they relate to each other. If you were to read something about that, they would say this would cross it. So this is what people will write and say, this is what causes detriment to that first card. That's not true at all. There's no such thing as black and white, yes and no, right and wrong. That's it. There's just interconnections and how it weaves together. Then once you put those two together, you're going to put one particular card above those two, which is furthest away from you. Now, that being the furthest away from you can be a situation that's at a distance from you. But it can also be a way of thinking, because that place can also be your consciousness, which we do assume to be to do with the head. In druidic lore, it's about the fire in the head. And that's why the Celts used to take the heads. One of the at least that's one of the reasons why people were said to be headhunters. Not necessarily so, we don't know. That's just an assumption. Okay, so that one's up there. So you've got the ones in the middle, you've got the one that crosses it, you've got the one that's above it, you've got the one that's below it, which is basically in your environment. It's close to where you are. It's a situation that is imminent. Does everybody understand the word imminence? If not, please look it up. Imminence is tarot, which is this ever unfolding present, right here and now, not necessarily recognizable. Okay, that's imminent. That's the one there. The one to the left of the center, that's going to be situations that could affect from the so-called past, events that may have already happened. Note, I'm not being absolutely concrete about any of this because it doesn't work that way. Sometimes tarot's going to go, well, I'm just going to tell you one fucking thing and that's it. But you've got to see the whole lot. There's the one that comes to the left of it. And the one that comes to the right of it, which is said to be the next phase that comes from what's happening now, is just another relativity. It's another, like a number. These are like all your number patterns, but the same thing happens with tarot. Then you've got the 4 cards up the side. The one closest to you is considered to be the self. The next one that supposedly follows from that is said to be the environment. The card that follows from that up the line, that's said to be hopes and fears. And the final card laid out in this particular sequence of 10 cards is going to be a supposed outcome. But there never is such a thing. And then what I like to do is to lay out 3 after that from the top of the pack, just in a fan shape. Just gives me some extra juice to the side. So then what you're going to do is have a look, and yes, you are, this is the most difficult part, because I do not want to, I'll work with you on patterns when you've got somebody that you work with patterns with during the week. But I cannot work with one card only at a time, because it's just going to bore me shitless. I do this all the time, and it's ultimately going to limit you, because every book that you get, including mine, I've got this fucking book here, look at this thing here. And towards the back, from what? From about, and I've changed all the names of them. We haven't got to the Stargate yet, but that's sort of like, this doesn't show you things properly, does it? The Stargate. That's the second spread we're going to look at today before we get on with anything. And each of the Sephirot in that particular instance are called different things to what they're normally called. Well, I don't know anybody else who does this actual pattern, but that's except people that I've taught.
I do.
But this one, there you go. On page 137 if you've got the book, otherwise it's going to be on my site. You see the layout there? Yeah? Is the recording going, or have we all gone to sleep? Nobody's talking back at me? Come on.
It's
talk.
going, and it's on page 135, please.
Yeah, and do we
see
lay
it?
out the past? Do we lay out the past, present, and future first before we lay out the first card? That's kind of how the book is written.
Yeah, it's in there, and it's also on the website under tarot. What does past, present, future down the left side refer to? Can we get to that in a minute? Please remind me, Kate, what that is, because we'll do that in a minute. Okay, so when you've laid out all those cards, you've just got to let your eyes have a little focus on the center first, and then let your gaze go around the whole map. You're looking at the landscape, exploring the landscape of the whole pattern. You'll end up becoming very, I mean, I'm drawn to certain things when I do layout cards. I'm drawn to certain things, and then I want to see their what relates to them. So for example, if a 10 of swords turns up in a spread, I'm going to want to know whether that person's going to get bashed up, or whether they're going to get tattooing done, or whether they're going to be working with a chef, whether they work with a Japanese sword and they're a sensei, whether they work with acupuncture, or whether they're involved with S&M. They could be a dominatrix.
Or what about like spinal damage, something going on with their spine?
Definitely. Can
Yeah.
be very definitely physical pain. These are all so many variations of that one card that I want to know what's going on around it to get a relativity. It won't make sense until you look at the whole picture. When you look at the whole picture, it's not like you go, oh, there's this and it matches with that and that means that and that means that. When you fixate on one thing and then you look at another two, you've almost got a triangulation takes place once your consciousness is picked on three. And from there, it's like you go, oh, fuck, there it is. And you've got it. And it's just right.
So in that, it's kind of like numerology, for example.
They're the
where
same.
You've got the three, and it starts to have conversation where there's
Yes.
like a group sitting rather than just one person talking to themselves.
Absolutely. Yeah, all your colours matter in this particular instance. It's exactly what happens. And so it's so difficult when people think in binary terms, or they think in specific gender terms, for example. Just won't work, because a person, like I'm an androgynous human being, and I'm like a man in a woman's body who likes men. Go figure. So none of it necessarily makes sense to the idea of an orthodoxy that's acceptable. And you need to be really malleable to be able to read the whole thing. So that if you're looking at, there's some quizzical things that you're going to see, but you start by looking at the three that pull your attention. And one of them was probably going to be your outcome. And my eyes are going to flick over the sphere of hopes and fears to see where that fits in with anything. Because the sphere of hopes and fears means nothing, but it can raise up huge anxieties within an individual. Now, is the sphere of hopes and fears necessarily invalid? Absolutely not. But it means a person's had experience, for example, of being beaten by a partner, or being abused by a member of the clergy, or being underpaid by Amazon. And that feeling of repetition, we get used to repetition, we get used to it happening, or we get used to the feeling. So when it turns up there, it's like, I've had this feeling before, is it the same thing? And when you're looking at the other cards, you can actually look at that person and say, I can see you with all this fear associated with travel because you like your own bed. It's a perfect example. And so then you go on to a person's need for creature comforts and what's happening for them where that's concerned. Now, the ideas of past, present, and future. When I'm doing a Skype session, because they take so fucking long, and there's a lot of them happening at the moment, I never look at the pack. So when a person shuffles, they're going to divide the card into 3 packs. And this is all patterning. Kate, for your question on the past, present, and future. This is all patterning. I actually don't perceive it to be past, present, and future, interestingly enough, even though I might say it. So there's a spread I'm looking at, which is the so-called near future, which is the middle pack. So the person's laid out the 78 cards. They've got the cards in. They break them into 3. The section on the bottom is like, it's done, it's finished, it's over. It's all your memories. It's what you've experienced. It's stuff that is part of who you are because of the knowledge of it, or the awareness of it, or the having lived with it. But the past is not always your past. The past can also bring up situations to do with politics, history, but you're going to connect up with it. There will be messages in there for you, or the person you're reading for, rather. And then the middle pack is called the pack of the present. But the present's forever unfolding. What the fuck? So all I'm doing when I'm laying out the packs of past, present, and future is doing my client a favor, giving them some relativity to what I'm saying. Yeah? I'm not lying at all. I'm just giving them some relativity because, of course, it has to make sense to them. There goes that phone. Okay. Then the top section, the first one they've moved off, if they moved off that way, that's supposedly the future. But they always start now. Everything starts now. Some things take longer to unfold. Simple, isn't it? So even though I'm looking at the so-called near future, these are the things that are around a person. And are they events? There's always events in there. Sometimes you're looking also at what the person's going to experience, but there's still events. In difference to numerology, which is oracular, that will discuss the person and who the person is. Tarot, that's not tarot's job. Tarot's job is one thing only, and that's to foretell what the events that are going to happen. Which is so funny. So you lay out the center, the dead reckoning spread for the near future first. Then when you've done that and you've explained that, and always record your data. And sometimes when you're just learning, you may want to record that information on video. You must ask the person whose reading you're doing if they permit that, because this can be very private. And so it always comes down to reciprocity of how you're relating to the person that's sitting opposite you. This is like Fight Club. Anybody not seen Fight Club? What happens in Fight Club stays in Fight Club. Simple. Okay. Then
you ask them permission specifically before you read that past deck.
No. I ask them if you're, this is for you, if you are working tarot through the cards and you want to film it for the sake of your own training of what you said and how you related to the spreads that are laid out, the maps that are in front of you, you must ask that person's permission that you can do so, because you're involved with their private life. And it's okay if they say yes. And then I'm talking about visuals, not recording, not mouth. I always record every session by mouth. Always have them. Back to when I used to do fucking tapes. You always record them. Now, the recording does two things. The recording allows the individual getting a reading from you to have it all. Because people forget. They don't remember one or two things, but they forget. Okay, but what it also does is show them that you trust yourself enough to put it on record. I haven't gone to another reader for fucking 30 years. 35 years. Wow, I actually remember the last reading I ever had, which was about 5 years before I moved to Byron, which is 30 years ago this month. So yeah, 35 years ago since I had a tarot reading. Do I remember it? Clear as anything. People, this is the thing about tarot, which is could be considered very dangerous. If you're reading for yourself or you're reading for somebody close to you and you see a predator and you see violence and you see physical trauma, you are automatically, if you know that person well, you're going to go into a spin out thinking, I know who that is. You have to be very, very careful and not know who it is, because you could be wrong. You're making an assumption, and that is very super fucking dangerous. With a total stranger, you can say it. Just say it. You know? Your time sequences will come in here as well. We'll get along to as much of that as we possibly can. But the first thing is get that map down. Get your experiment down. Ask the permission of the person that you're working with, because you are training. Say, I am training in a masterclass with tarot, and I need your permission to visually record what the tarot, and have your phone above the spreads, not on the person. Just have your camera above the spreads, so that as you lay them out, you can forget that fucking camera. You just need to be able to concentrate on what you're doing. Allow yourself full gesture. Allow your body to respond. Your body's going to dance with these. It happens. I don't ever sit still. Yeah, I'm not sitting still like this. You won't find me sitting still in a reading. Some people say, I come just for the entertainment. I'm saying, really? They go, yeah, because you're just so moving all the time. But they don't. They come for the information. They come to find out. And then people may remember the weirdest of things. Like I can remember throwing out a strength card for a person who wanted to know where they were going to live. They're moving. This was in the high country of Victoria. Throw out the strength card. I don't remember what else was around it. See, this one thing will pull my attention. There it is. That one card. When they've asked a specific question, that's the one I'm focusing on. I said, you're going to be moving somewhere that's got to do with lines and sand. And of course they looked at me like, oh, fuck it. They're not about to go to live in Cartagena or to move to Saudi Arabia. They moved into Lion Street, Sandon. That's how tarot will work. It can actually give you names, dates, places, and times. Specific timings. It specifically talks, and tarot will bring you in the middle of the session world events. If you're going to hear about them, they will turn up. If they're going to in some way affect your life or the life of the people close to you, these events will turn up. Can you go looking for world events? Sure. But then you probably know the person that you're asking the question with, and of course that's a little bit iffy. So you want to be able to work with strangers. If world events turn up, it can be like, what the fuck am I looking at here? Okay, what's a good example? Devil card, 5 of Pentacles, world card, financial crash on a worldwide level. These are examples of how the devil card's nothing on its own. The devil card can be graced. And the more history you've got, the better, because the devil card comes up as looking like a religious card, doesn't it? You've got this sort of like this strange, odd creature on the top of a plinth that's got horns and hairy legs and has one breast and no other breast, so it looks a little like an hermaphrodite. And it's got these 2 people on chains, just like in the Chariot card, just like in the High Priestess card with the 2 pillars. This pattern of Kabbalah is going to keep coming all the way through the Rider-Waite Tarot. Do you need to take notice of that? No, but with the Devil card, understand that those chains are loose. So a person can get out of them, can get out of what appears to be an entrapment. Okay? And the interesting thing, there's a whole story around the Devil card. The Devil card is supposedly Baphomet. Anybody heard of that? Baphomet is one of the reasons supposedly that the church set out to destroy the Knights Templar, because they brought back this demonic force from the Middle East from when they sacked Jerusalem, and they were supposedly this evil entity, although even though the devil wasn't invented till the 1600s by the Catholic Church, by the way. It's just a really new phenomenon. In difference to hell, Zoroaster invented that. It's pretty disgusting. Rats chewing out a vagina forever. All kinds of fun things. You find that in Joseph Campbell's Occidental Mythology, by the way, the whole story of the hell. But the interesting part about this Baphomet figure that the Knights Templar supposedly brought back, that was the tarot card of the Devil card was based on, was actually a mistranslation of the word Muhammad. That's only been discovered this year. In certain historians have gone, oh, that's what it was. Okay, so they encountered Islam. And I mean, if anybody knows about Islam, they also know that the architecture is extraordinary. The actual minarets, the mosques, the magnificence of the mosaics, the architecture, the mathematics, all of this came out of Islam. It may have come from earlier philosophies and ideologies and understandings and education, but I mean, the education was there as sort of like from Alexandria. While you're looking up Alexandria, you can also look up Hypatia and come back at me with an answer for who the fuck she is. If you don't know, why don't you know? Why don't you know about who Hypatia is? Do you know who Maud Gonne is? Do you know who Veronica Franco is? Do you know who Grunwali is? And do you know what Grunwali's anglicised name is? These are all historic figures. Anybody who heard about Plato? Anybody heard the name Plato?
Yeah, I've heard the name. But
Anybody heard the name Aristotle?
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody heard the name Hitler?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody heard the name Maud Gonne?
No.
Why not?
She's female and history only talks about men.
Isn't that funny? Who knows about Hypatia? I'm going to tell you a quick story before we get back to the tarot. Hypatia was a professor at the University of Alexandria. She taught mathematics. And she would travel backwards and forwards to the university every morning and every afternoon on her little chariot. And she would go past this little group of monks who were just the first of the Christian monks outside of the temples of Alexandria. And these guys were like, this fucking woman coming back and forwards and considering herself a professor. We don't allow women to do that. Women are helpmeets. That's your job. Serve a man. Breed his children. We don't mention your name until 1837 on the fucking census unless you're in Wales. So you know what they did? They stoned her to death with tiles. They stoned her to death, and then they went to the shores of the local waterway and they gathered oyster shells, and they came back with the oyster shells and they scraped all the meat off her bones. And then when they'd scraped all the meat off her bones, they burnt her bones and said, there, know your place, woman. And anybody who hasn't heard of Hypatia is looking down the wrong trackways of history and has not been doing their research. Maud Gonne set up the IRA. Maud Gonne was a member of the Golden Dawn.
Can you spell the last name of Gonne? Is it G-O?
Maud Gonne, G-O-N-N-E. So she was a member of the Golden Dawn. She was also pretty much a queen of the theatre, and she was one of the heads of the IRA, the original IRA. Grunwali. I live up in Byron Bay for years. I go to Bangalore regularly, and as I'm going to Bangalore regularly, I'm going along a street called Grunwali Street. Granuaile. And I sort of, as is the nature of the beast, go, what the fuck is Grunwali? I'll leave it to you to find out. That can be a little bit of work for the week. It's a fabulous story, by the way. Bit of a hero. Okay, so past, present and future. Cards are laid out in 3 packs. You've had a look at the present. You've triangulated. You could almost call what the first thing that you do with tarot triage. There you go. That's the best word. So you're triaging that spread in front of that map. You're trying to look for your landmarks. What are the ones that really stand out? What are the ones that could be dangerous? What are the ones that sort of in some way message you strongly? Why is there a 7 of Cups there instead of an Ace of Cups? Finding out what they are. And then when it comes to looking further, all you're after, from the minute you've laid out that first fucking 1 card, all you're after is more information. Yes.
And is that, like, for me, with no education yet of what each card means, is that them talking to you?
No, yes and no. So two things. One, you're going to, if you memorize the maps first,
Yeah.
then when you lay out the patterns, you do have to learn what each card means.
Sweet.
78, and every 78, every single one has more than one meaning depending on what it falls with.
Yeah.
Yes? There is big breakthroughs when you understand certain patterns of particularly what are called the major arcanum, that I just call the picture. They're all picture cards, but I just call them the pictorial cards because I don't like this minor and major business. It's the same with greater than and lesser than. It doesn't work that way when you're actually doing a spread. But when you get to Kabbalah and you understand where the patterns, we haven't even done this, the patterns of each of the cards themselves, the 22 picture cards come in. They start out with the magician card and the fool card and the magician card and the chariot card and then the hangman card and then the judgment card, and then you've got the world card going from Malkut to Yesod, from Yesod to Tiferet. You've got the temperance card, and all between the Tiferet and Hud and Netzach and each other, that triangulation is the dark night of the soul, because you've got the devil, death and tower card, and then you've got the temperance goes right through the middle, and the temperance card going right through the middle. Temperance can mean a lot of things, but it's like the tightrope walker, so that you're going to make it by the big stick, constantly seeking to balance yourself through a period of time that seems very, very challenging. Because what will happen, for example, with the dark night of the soul, when if they turn up, devil, death and tower, they're like, whoa. What it is life saying, if you can't balance this quest between one cliff top and another cliff top, any one of these is going to claim you. And then it's called going back to the drawing board, because it's called ring pass knot. This process is called the ring pass knot. That if you can't get through this by balancing your life out in connection with the subtleties, and who's the perfect example? Nelson Mandela. What did he do? Was it 27 years he did in prison? Or 24? 27? We'll stick with 27. Bit of a Saturn cycle. So Nelson Mandela has worked out how to stay alive in a South African prison for 24, 25, 26, 27 fucking years without going mad. And then Nelson Mandela gets released from that and becomes the head of the ANCU. And of course, this is the end of apartheid, which is why Nelson Mandela ends up in prison in the first place, because he's striving to end apartheid. So he's got to be put away. So what's kept Nelson Mandela sane through that? His medicine. His medicine. And his medicine is that long stick. His medicine is whatever techniques he's developed to balance himself on that fucking tightrope to get from point A to point Z. And that's called medicine. Yeah? It just, what foods go with what to keep your in optimum health, for example. This is your medicine. And so we mean it like that. So, but then at the same time, the temperance card in itself can come through and have mean medicine. It can represent medicine. If the temperance card, for example, turns up with the 7 of Cups, it's some kind of like, whoa, really, really, really intense hydro.
I thought it was sitting at the top of the pack.
As you can see, with the actual Rider-Waite, they've got 1 foot in the water, 1 foot on the land. They've got 1 cup and they're putting water from 1 cup to the other. What they attempt to do is to balance everything out. You'll find similarities between the temperance card. You'll find similarities between a lot of these pictograms. Mainly that focus of 2. And that focus of 2 pillars, 2 mountains, 2 hands, whatever, is... Oh, losing my train of thought. Be careful of that. Is this triangulation of 3 things. You've got 1, then you've got 2, the minute you've got a 3rd thing, you've got life. So it's again Neshama coming into effect. Too much information? You going mad yet? We all right?
Mad Max, bro.
But what the artist Pamela Coleman Smith, when she's created this particular pack, and she died in a porpoise grave, by the way, because apart from the Rider-Waite tarot part, she was a pretty lousy fucking artist, I can tell you that right now. Funny that. We get inspired just once, sometimes we get inspired by once, and once is enough. So she's done this artwork based on the wisdom that she's been taught through Arthur Edward Waite and the dudes that she worked with through the Golden Dawn. And this connection with Kabbalah, it's very subtle, but it's always there. Okay. So you've laid out those cards, and then you've laid out the 3 to the side, so you've laid out 13. And then what you're going to do with the so-called future is do exactly the same thing. So all you're doing is building on the dot. You're building on your first card. And everything just goes from there. And through the whole reading, you actually don't forget anything. So even from the very moment, I never do a reading on a day when a person says, can you do me a reading today? I go, no. I might have nothing on for the whole day. But something has to happen. And no, you don't put that in a box. I'm not going to put that in a cage and tell you this is what happened or that's what happens, but something happens. And again, the interaction between all 3 of you, that's what's going to be, there's a swirling. There's a world being created. You're doing the most extraordinary phenomenon of collapsing, partially collapsing the wave of that person's destiny, if that person knows their own destiny. And it's just, yes, it's as extraordinary as it sounds. So even when you lay the next series of cards over the top in the Dead Reckoning spread of the next one from the future pack, and the one on top of that, and the one above it, and the one below it, to the left, to the right, 4 up the side, and 3 in a fan shape, what you're going to be doing is just adding on to that. But you'll remember something from that first map. And it'll have relativity to the second map. And of course, I can't explain that. Just fucking lay them out. Now, when I bring the past in, I don't do that on Skype. Like I said, it takes up too much of the reading because of fuffing. Skype reading is a lot of fuff work. But in person, we don't worry about that. When you bring up the past, whew, that's like fear as an entity. Like tarot is the big dude standing behind me going, now I'm going to bring this up, and you can just have a look at this. It may have nothing to do with that person. Tarot will philosophize deeply. It'll bring up all kinds of ideas, all kind of world events that may mirror something yet to come. It's fucking extraordinary. And of course I've got a head too full of shit, too full of different examples to even give you any. But world events is specific. Oh, no, I don't want to give you examples. Too much. Okay, so there's your first lot of maps. The first lot of maps that you're going to work with during the week, apart from your other homework, is the Dead Reckoning. Look up what Dead Reckoning means so that you've got an idea of nautical terms, because I will use nautical terms throughout this, because this is all journeyman stuff. This is all taking the journey, taking the sea routes, knowing the precipices, understanding. But you see, this is where the terms right and wrong and good and bad have to fucking go, because the landscape doesn't. You go, oh, that's a good mountain. That mountain's right. You fucking piece of rubbish. How dare you say that about Mother Mountain? Mother Mountain knows exactly who she is. And that's exactly how you need to look at this. So there's no ill harm in anything. There's ways where we've been trapped by the different usurping hegemonies, yes. And that's one religion imposing right and wrong, imposing yes and no, imposing should over everything that is flowing and growing and being beautiful. And yes, there needs to be pattern boundaries. Boundaries are great things. Boundaries are fine. I mean, I remember one particular woman, she had lived in Sydney and she had pumpkin plants that went as far as fucking back door. It was very threatening to her. And she went outside one day and she said, you got 3 weeks to flower or you're all fucking dead. and it flowered. And she got so many pumpkins. But there had to be, the pumpkin plant was doing just fine being a bitch without her coming out and saying, hey, we just need to make an agreement here. Otherwise, her house would have been covered in pumpkin vine and she would have had no food. So even in the backyard of the house where I was living, my friend in the house here has got the big paintbrush. And they go out every day when the pumpkin when the cucumbers or the pumpkin or the sweet potato or the squash start to flower with the paintbrush, pollinating. Yeah, because sometimes there's just not enough bees, and the bees need a bit of help because they've been so decimated. So we pollinate. Give them a hand, a little bit of help. After a little data left. Oh, okay. We're the rest of the video will be up during the week up on YouTube. Okay. Mwah!
Thank you so much.
Woo! Lots and lots of love. Okay, so have a great afternoon. So the next, hi Gabrielle, just saw you there. Okay, so the next, consider that. Am I going to throw you another one? Yes, I'm going to throw you another one. The other one you're going to be doing during the week, similar kind of a thing, but we haven't even gone as far as we need to, and we're almost out of space. I was going to say out of time, but that's a bit silly. So, look at me, I'm so fucking silly. I went and did this. I printed up 10 of these thinking, oh, I'll hand these out. I mean, can't do it. So, these are really worth having. Copies of these. Did I put this up somewhere for you to get hold of at some stage? Yeah. Okay. Because you're there, Jason. I can see you. Okay, so you need this one because my friend Lisa Engerman drew this, and it's so like something out of Alien. It's like it's got that like out of your fucking chest type thing. So she's done it on purpose to look as alien as possible so that we recognize the fact that we're not dealing with anything necessarily fixed and rigid and mathematically perfect. So it needs to be a bit globular. Okay, yeah, you can do it any which way you like. I don't give a shit. Really, really doesn't matter. What's really interesting, because we talked about this on week 1, but what's significant is each of these paths of the 22 paths, we're not talking about the actual spheres themselves or the Sephirot. We're talking about all these different paths have a tarot card associated with them. That one there, we mentioned that one there. That one there, of course, which is from Yesod Tiferet, is the Temperance card. And these paths that go from here, from Hood to Yesod, we're looking at the Devil card. And we're looking, of course, at the Death card that goes from Yesod to Netak. And then we've got the Tower. The Tower is interesting. The Tower, which goes... I can do this back to front. Yeah, that's the Tower. And the Tower, which is really interesting, the letter associated with that is the letter P, which is Pei, P-E-H. Yes, it's a planetary association, which haven't even gone on planets yet. We're going to run out of day, so not going to worry about it. The planetary association with that is Mars. But the letter Pei is really interesting because it relates to the tongue. Esoterically, it relates to the tongue, but it's got to do with the mouth. So it's spoken. It's the speech. It's speech. Our baby calling. Okay, Letitia.
Thank you. See ya.
See you soon. Okay. Okay. So and what's interesting there is that the consideration of between Hood, which is communication, associated with Mercury. You probably remember that, don't you? Am I being a bitch? Hood, which is Mercury, and Netzach, which is associated with Venus. And oddly enough, Hood is considered, Mercury is considered masculine. What the fuck is that all about? And Netzach is considered feminine. What the fuck is that all about? Venus is considered feminine. What the fuck is that all about? That's what the Tower's about. How to lack the ability to get along well. What's war all about? Division. And what was the theoretical, metaphysical, biblical Tower of Babel about? Nobody could understand each other anymore. That's this. This is why I don't like binary terms, because I understand that we can use a language to communicate with each other without saying, oh, I don't like what that person said. That's what they're doing is wrong. Who says historically? I mean, there are situations of atrocity, but life doesn't recognize atrocity. It just recognizes whether it's being fed compost. The atrocities that occur, and yes, we have a world. What on earth has driven people? I mean, apart from overpopulation, which is pretty much it. Lock up your flower and fucking overpopulate, and then we'll battle for territory. Very definitely, okay? But we also thinking we can speak this language or that language when we're actually saying the same thing, which is holistically needs to be understood. Yeah, so that this is where the dark night of the soul comes in, devil, death, and tower. The death card is this idea that birth, the only reason you're going to die is because you were born. And the Hebrew letter associated that was nun, which is called fish, which is a little spermy thing doing its trip. And the devil card, which is really, really interesting as well, sort of like it's the oyen, and the letter oyen, which is exoterically called the eye, is the idea of sight. So what the devil card is saying is take a look, take an extra look. Take an extra look. What's called, I mean, when we want to take an extra look, we can actually see, because the devil card just rules alcoholism. So why does a person become an alcoholic? What is it that turns wine o'clock into full-blown fucking inability to survive another day? Why is it that every advertisement you see on the media has got to do with everybody raising their fucking champagne glasses? When did champagne become a symbol of having fun? So if you ask yourself these questions, I mean, when did alcohol become anything other than medicine? These are the philosophical questions. So when you're laying the cards out for this, you will just start out with the first one being laid out in Malkut, and you'll follow what's called the lightning flash. Malkut, the second card will go in Yesod, the third card will go in Hud, the fourth card will go in Netzach, the fifth card will end up in Tiferet, which does represent the individual that you're dealing with. The sixth card will be in Gevurah. The seventh card will be in Chesed. The eighth card will be in Binah. The ninth card in Chokmah. The 10th card in Cheta. And one across the middle there, with the 11th, which is both there and not there, is art. Okay, that camera's gone off. I don't give a fuck. Nothing's making me happier than being bored by technology. No, okay, I'm not going to bother about it. It's still being recorded, that's the main thing. And then what, of course, am I going to look at first in there? Tiferet. I want to see what is the central theme of this. And of course, I'm also going to want to look at the art. Going, ooh. What's metaphorical in all this? Or is there something from external coming in? People consider Keter as the outcome. I'm going, no, that's a bit boring. Because what they're doing is they're going, oh, I'm walking the track from A to Z. They don't necessarily get off the track. And you're going to get off the track. So what pulls your attention? We will next week, because we're just about out of time, we will next week discuss the planetary associations with each of the cards, with each of the sephirot, or the spheres on this diagram, so that you're really aware of where the planets will give you that little extra bit of flavour. So that knowing, for example, that what's happening, we discussed about Chesed, which is associated with Jupiter becoming so bloated that it explodes and then implodes backwards into Binah. Yeah, I had somebody once He was up on murder charges. He'd been in a knife fight. Person concerned was a Capricorn. I remember why, because the cops ended up turning up about 20 years later in my little tarot room in Byron Bay. It's just the oddest of things. I said, there was a magician card in the sphere of Binar. I said, so you're going to get off. And I knew there was no murder, but there'd been a fight, and there'd been somebody die in the fight. It was over a card game. And yes, the person had stabbed another person, but it wasn't murder. It was like mutual kind of thing. But it was going to get off, and yes, they got off. So you'll be able to predict all kinds of things from that. And then, of course, this is associated with the self. So the individual, you, or the person you're sitting with, is right there, and everything's going on around them. So the planets that swirl around them are associated with the events that go around a person, not necessarily what's happening to them. But any one of these spheres here can be the center. Just depends on whether you want to look at things askew or askance, and it's important that you do so. Because according to everything that I've ever studied, there's only ever Malkut. Everything sits within the sphere. Every single tree of life you can think of exists within Malkut, because if you walk out your door and you look at your garden, it's not going to be in Keter, is it? It's in Malkut. If you, for example, look at the bottom of a well, could be Keter. Your ancestral matrilineal or patrilineal lineage could be Keter. You just don't know. So it's like destroying that concept of past, present and future is going to be significant and important to this. At the same time, which is a bastard, but it's true, you will have to use the terminology past, present and future for your clients. But I'm not talking to them, I'm talking to you. We're sharing this discussion, even though you're being really, really quiet. Talking too fucking much. Yeah, you can laugh, Shayote. It's fucking funny, isn't it? Yeah, you too, Tanya. Look at her all fucking laughing. We do have to learn as psychics, as mystics, as Dhru, as seers, to bypass all of these concepts of restraint and limitation. And every single one of us has to start somewhere. So at no time do you go, I'm not going to be good at this. It's fucking, of course you are. And you'll all hit a plateau when you think nothing I say is valid. Everybody's dismissing or disrespecting everything I'm saying. Yes, that'll happen. And then you'll have a fucking breakthrough. But so many people who are following this, who want to learn this skill, this talent, they get scared. They get scared when somebody says, no, that couldn't happen. Sometimes I will say to somebody, if you want to go, just fuck off. But just pay me first, because you've already sat here for 15 fucking minutes, taking up my time, my day. They go, no, I actually want to hear what you've got to say. I go, well, don't say shut up in the first, don't tell me that can't happen. It hasn't happened yet. And then it happens. And it happens exactly, weirdly enough, it happens almost 99% of the time. It'll happen exactly the way you say it will happen. But it won't be what you thought it was going to be. This is how fucking twisted this is. It'll be the way they experience it as being, as that way they experience it, that phenomenon as being. And sometimes, on the odd occasion, you'll make a mistake. That mistake can teach you and haunt you for the rest of your fucking life. I think I've mentioned that one before, haven't I? I'm not going to say it again. On the very, very rare occasion, tarot will give you a warning in the middle of a reading for you, and your gut will tell you that it's for you. And your ethics will stop you acting on it. And somebody's going to get hurt. Because tarot doesn't interrupt you unless it says, go home, fix this now. And the only reason you'll know that there's something weird there is the person sitting opposite you going, that's got nothing to do with me. And a lot of people will say it's got nothing to do with me, but particularly when somebody says, go home, your son is in trouble, and they go, I haven't got any kids. That's the moment you stop and you go, I've got to stop this now and act on it. Will it be too late? Usually. Because is that person going to, is it part of their destiny to experience that? Yes. Do some people have to go through the chaos and discord of drug addiction, drug abuse, alcoholism, masochism, self-harm? Is that their destiny? Of course, it wouldn't be happening otherwise. Are there social and political and environmental reasons for this? Yes, but you can't change that. You can't actually tell them what's happening and what they can know what to do with. I mean, it can be so insane as telling a person you're going to have another baby. And yet you're there to facilitate them when they miscarry. And then they're in their 40s and they're doing heaps of IVF. And I go, I could be wrong, you know. Because of course I know this person personally, and I stayed at their place in Spotswood in Melbourne before I moved here. I said, I could be wrong, you know, there's my fucking panic coming in there. This is after 25, 30 years of reading tarot, 35 years of reading tarot, still feeling that. And then particularly when I say, oh, you're going to want to have another child, and the person turns around and says, lie, I'm pregnant. And I go, oh, I didn't see that. Because I'd seen them wanting to have another child, not being pregnant and having a child, and that person miscarried before the week was out. And I was there and I assisted in the miscarriage. And they went ahead, despite me finally saying, what if I'm fucking wrong? They kept going with the IVF because they said to me, you haven't been wrong before. And their son is now 5. The baby they thought would never be born. So you've really fucking, you'll always have fear of this. But I'm going to stop on that. I'm going to tell you the last thing before I go. I think I mentioned fear before, didn't I? Yes? A lot of people in past tarot collectives, I got to the stage where I was pissed off with it. They kept saying, I'm afraid of this. I have fear of this, I have fear of that. I went home after one of the classes and I cast a ritual circle and I did ceremony and I invoked fear as an entity. And I said, if you're there, brother, come on in because I'm going to hear your story because there's a lot of people afraid and you seem like you're a bad beastie. And this grey, every possible colour grey, Tanya, you would have loved it. It was like a costumier's fucking dream come true. It was a bit of Gautier, like you wouldn't believe. This leaning over the top of me entity, draped in every kind of mist and shadow you could possibly imagine. Says, I'm fear. Well, I don't know why people don't like me. I'm not the enemy. Look what they've done to me. Of course, my heartstrings go out to this entity. I said, oh, you poor bastard. Well, what's the story? They said, I'm the person who warned you that you're going towards the corner too quick. Why am I disliked? I can save everybody's life. And yet you make me out to be the bad dude. You make me out to be the problem. I'm not the problem. The problem is when you don't hear me, when you don't pay attention, when you disregard me. Because he's full of love. That was absolutely life-altering, that meeting. So I've never understood fear. I mean, you train up, you weaponize up, you do what you got to do to be able to take yourself to that place where you are ready as much as could be for whatever is going to happen. I was reading a book last night which is based on the Second World War, and this particular woman concerned is being taught how to shoot a pistol. How many people in this room know how to shoot a pistol? What happens if we got a war tomorrow? How ready are you for what's on the table, what's been thrown out, what I've seen? How ready are any of you? Be ready, and if you're not ready, fucking teach your kids to be ready, and I'm not a sensationalist. Yeah, so fear is not the enemy, and you'll experience fear, or you'll experience a sense of what the fuck if I'm wrong for the whole of your career as a psychic, as a druid, as a seer, as a visionary. Always, because there's a little us that's never been acknowledged by the big cultural society, because we're considered the freaks and Fruit Loops. I don't think so. People dressed in big black frocks with crimson robes, living in palaces and calling themselves popes, they're the freaks and weirdos. And don't forget Cassandra. That's the other thing that's going to be difficult for you. Cassandra was a seer. Yeah, fuckers, thank you, Victoria, to everyone. Cassandra was a seer. And Cassandra said to the king of Troy, be careful, the ships are coming. And Troy will fall. And he said, get the fuck out of my palace. Go away. I don't want to see you again. I'm sick and tired of you and your bad news. It's like, don't shoot the enemy. Don't shoot the messenger. It's a little bit like that. And she's outcast. She's thrown out. And the ships came and Troy falls. Are you going to be in the situation where you can handle having been the purveyor? Can you save somebody's life? Not necessarily, but you can hold them when nobody else will. You can talk to them about the death process when nobody else will. You're not going to fill them full of false promises, but there's definitely you are a healer from beginning to end. All this teaching, everything about this training is the work of a healer. Yeah, medicine people. Anything else before we finish for the day?
Just going to put a little list on to touch us up with the homework. Even though I've got a little list, but, you know.
Lay out your maps. Get a feel for the maps.
Just that one map or all of them?
Oh, just do the step 1 map this week, I reckon. Study Lynn Kelly. Have a good...
But we can't do our own maps, right?
No.
So then I live by myself. Who should I get to lay out the card?
Just, if you could, what you have to do is to find somebody or anybody whatsoever who will be prepared to be your test mouse.
Okay. Thank you.
Anisha.
Can I just cut out 78 blank paper and just to get the...
You can lay out your 78 blank pages, definitely with the numbers on them, and lay them out very definitely, but don't pull out your tarot cards because you're going to be tempted to lay them out. I know you are. Fucking... I know you are.
Laura, if we have someone else doing it, do they lay the cards out or can we lay them out?
No, you lay the cards out, but you never shuffle.
Okay.
And at the beginning of them, I usually do a pattern that looks a little like a pentagram.
Yeah.
So I'm shuffling I'm laying them out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But what that does, it's almost like the penultimate way of separating everything from everything else from the last person who's done the reading. Yes? So when you hand the cards to the other person, they're the only person who can shuffle. Because it's them going into them. This is why I didn't do Skype for so long. I couldn't work out how the fuck do I do this with people. And then I went, I'm going to make the Rider Waite company a lot of money. Because people are going to buy their cards if they want a Skype session. So then they lay them out and then you interpret. If you've got them with you, you lay them out. It's really important you get into the pattern and the rhythm of laying them out yourself.
Okay.
Yeah? Once you lay them out, you get the pattern and the rhythm. So you've got the Dead Reckoning, you've got the Stargate for this week. There's a third one which I would give you, which is called the Horse Latitude Spread, but I think it'll be too much for this week, if that's okay. Lynn Kelly, yep. I'll put the video up on the YouTube site, our private little YouTube site, and also on our Facebook page this week so that you've got it. And you've all seen the John Young video on talking. Yeah, lay out blank paper with the numbers on the cards. That'll work. just so that you get in the rhythm of how to lay them out without thinking about it. Because half the trouble when you're starting out is just trying to remember everything. And if you've already got the memory of it, it's going to be, your body's going to do it second nature. Can you use the card if someone else is shuffling? Yes, you can. Yes, definitely, Kate, if someone else is doing the card shuffling. But the difficulty is how you're going to interpret them. You've got to learn the meanings then between now and next when you do your first reading. Yeah? This is the problem that you face. So in your own time, it's really important that you learn what each card has the potential for. And then next week, what we're going to be doing is going over and over and over all your single layouts and what it could mean, because there's a difficulty.
So you want us, can I just check, you want us to film it, is that correct? So that we film it and we can reference that?
Definitely. Now the difficulty is, just to add to that, and there's lots of them, the difficulty is when we are looking at a spread retrospectively as a group, we will all have a different opinion of what those cards are saying. Because we're not in the presence of that triangulation, you see. So what we're looking at is the theory of the spread and then the cards, rather than what it's actually saying when that person's in front of us. Do you get me? But the more people you can experiment with, and with a single thing, again, it's just a single spread to start with. But what you're saying to them, the first thing you want to say when you're laying out the cards is, this is going to happen. That's your sentence. Okay? Tony, to everyone, 5 at a time. It's tricky because you've got to learn all 78. All the possible meaning. And there's, like I say, that 10 of Swords can be anything from tattoo work to getting your back cracked.
But just to start, because I'm new. So,
but if you've got those 5, if you lay out those patterns and you're continually doing that laying out of those patterns, then you're going to get with somebody. Just lay out the patterns. So so
it's more about understanding the layouts of those particular spreads and what the positioning of those cards means than the actual cards themselves for this week's homework.
Yes, definitely. Because it's too hard to be able to be able to interpret anything while you're fuffing around with what the fuck lays where.
And with that, then, do you want us to do the pentagram clearing of the cards before the layout of each spread to practice getting well with that as well? So that one's really important to clear the cards and open the cards up to the next person who's going to be in front of them.
Yeah.
Is that in your book?
Huh?
Is that in your
book? Yeah, it's all in the book, but I can put it up online. I can just put the PDF up of my book up on the Facebook page. You can just download it, because I don't want it, it doesn't matter. I mean, the thing about being an author, by the way, you just don't get paid much. So when I say I can do the PDF of the book, tarot book, and lay it out on the Facebook page, it's because it's so what? What am I going to get for 6 months? $25. I get 10% after everybody else gets paid. I mean, it was worth it with one book. When their dollar was on 50% parity.
So with that, for anybody who doesn't have the book, then could we have like a Patreon kind of buy you a coffee for what would be the equivalent of 10%, so that you get remunerated for?
I think everybody's doing that anyway, Nilla, to be quite honest. Mm-hmm. But if they want to chuck more in there, I'm never going to say no to money to feed myself and pay my rent. Yeah, but at the same time, I'm just going to put it up there, and it's freely given. If you choose to put money in my buy me a cup of coffee thing, then it's entirely up to you. I'm not asking for it. It would be freely given on your part. But I will put the PDF up so that you can download it and then you can go through it. So the PDF of the actual ebook. Yeah. Just makes it a lot easier. And then if you want to go get the hard copy, it's completely up to you. It's all over the fucking place. But you want the spread, do the pentagram, the spreads, get some clients in between. Okay. Don't forget, please, to do your numerology. Keep that going because it's going to give you an income in the meantime. Think about your profit and loss statements. If you want to contact me during the week to be able to set that up, I will assist you to do that. Because doing this by Zoom is only as much as we can do. It's quite monumental, the task ahead of all of us with this, but that's okay. It can get done. It'll get done. Do your numerology, please. Keep that going. Get your rhythm. Get your work happening. Danger. Where's the link for the dollar? This doesn't seem to work. I think it's on. No, I think it's on the YouTube page. Thank you, darling. Muchas gracias.
Can you put the link onto the Tarot Collective site for us as well? Is that possible?
I don't know how to do that. I could give it a go. But we're doing YouTube. So there's our private YouTube site, and I think on the main page of the YouTube site, it's there. This is great. I can look at my hair when I'm in the mirror, trying to figure out whether I sort of like got it all going on or not. Do your numerology, keep the charts coming in, start to charge your people, please. Yeah. And then do your layouts, but please, please, please watch the videos. I had something else I wanted to actually, I've lost my place. Why don't you fucking hate that? Oh, a couple of points. A couple of points I want to mention. One, there's no such thing as a soulmate. Rubbish. There is no such thing as reincarnation. It's rubbish. There's no such thing as karma, the way we in the West, the way we understand it. It's rubbish. Why node theory introduces you to forever. Yes. You know you could no past lives. No, past life, you've never stopped living, Lee.
So, Laura, within that, then, will you explain about the word palingenesis?
Palingenesis is very interesting. It's actually, there's a geological expression. Palingenesis is, Nelly, you are sort of like my what are you? You're there so going, oh, have you forgotten this one?
Is that okay? Because I can help it or stay on track if that's all right with you.
Thank you. Yes, definitely. Okay. Palingenesis is a word that I discovered. I mean, I've read the dictionary a few times. I read my first dictionary when I was 11. There you go. I'm a little bit close to insane. I've been diagnosed as insane, but that was okay. And I was diagnosed as insane because I read the book when I was 11. Because I won the dictionary when I was 11. So then I was diagnosed with having an artistic personality disorder. Palingenesis. There's actually a geological term for that. Palingenesis is the rock that falls from the hole in the cliff and the hole in the cliff that the rock fell from. It's the same word as matrix. It's the fact that we're moving non-stop. I mean, the integration of species is really important. If anybody said to me, are you human? I'd go on a scale of 1 to 10. What do you mean by that? I mean, if 1 is human and 10 is dog, I think I'm about 8. Yep, species-wise. Palingenesis is not only the rock that falls from the hole in the cliff, but the hole in the cliff that the rock falls from. So the child is the mother. And the mother is the father, is the father, is the mother, is the mother, is the father. And it's always ongoing. You cannot die. Your body can decompose, the body that you're in, this flesh and blood, my ligaments and my tendons will be of use and benefit to nurture everybody who needs them when it's time for it to do. It's doing that anyway. I mean, I've got no idea how many people are eating me right now as we speak, but this is understanding. The palingenesis, the concept of the matrix. The matrix also is another power, another focus. This mycelium-like web between all of us. This mycelium-like web between species. And if you don't for 1 second think that you suffer when the last white rhino dies, think again. Now, do we need to go out and do whatever we need to do to stop the rape and pillage of Earth? Earth's got a different story. It's a fucking tsunami-like scenario. We have this God complex, this messianic God complex that we've got to lose, that in some way we are making the Earth into a desolate place. Earth? We're Earth. We're it. Get your fucking heads around this. We're Earth. And we're a species. I like my house, for example, and that includes the environment, to be a certain way, a certain rhythm, a certain pattern, a certain way, a certain kind of clean. Like, I know where all the apple cores are under my bed. Yeah. But that doesn't mean my room is untidy. If I have a system of filing that may not necessarily agree with your system of filing, doesn't mean my system of filing is incorrect. As long as I can remember where the apple cores are and where the safety pin is that I needed to hang through my ear when I'm going out to my doof. Shut up, Tanya. I can see. See, everything is like this, and we're being bombarded by media, and the media that's bombarding us at the moment is saying, this is I think this is more than anything else. It's totally offensive. It says this is your world. How offensive is that to world? World says, I don't think so. World says, oh, am I in your cage? Is that what's happening? Are you going to feed me fucking little bits of tidbits to make me feel like I'm in your zoo? World doesn't give a fuck. World's got lots of volcanoes up her sleeve. Yeah. So this my business is it's so difficult to eradicate that from your vocabulary because we've been inundated with that for a long while now. My MySpace was one. My documents, iPhone, my world. An advertiser would say, "This is your world." No, it's not. We don't own anything. We live with. But that's about it, and it's really significant to come to that. When it comes to a deal, when I'm dealing with somebody, when you're dealing with righteousness or you're dealing with justice, that's different. That's the temperance card. That's getting a little balance happening to where there may be where something's brought to your attention, like the sex slave trade. Every time I go down the road to Richmond on the Punt Road, I pass by a whole series of buildings on the left-hand side. They're all veiled because there's slaves in there and they're having to fuck their lives to death. Do I find that offensive? Yes, I do. Is it offensive? Irrelevant. My intuition, yes. And yet, similarly, people had a lot of children and they preferred their boy children, so they used to put their little girls out to die on the mountaintop because they weren't good at humping that barge and toting that bale. So you get femicide. This idea of one person owning another person's body, can't get around to it. And there are certain things that we could just go on and on and on. Things like marriage. Now that's an invention. That's a funny little invention.
Quite interesting.
It's fucking hilarious. I mean, it's good fun if you want to do it, but you know, this vow business is a bit scary, because whatever vows you make, if it's legitimized by a governmental stamp, it's almost like as if it's created some kind of pattern, and you don't get out of it until you break the pattern. This is why I went to court last year, the 1st of December, to get my freedom from ownership. I wanted to break the pattern. And is it working? Oh, fuck yeah. But the pattern needs to be broken in the same places it was forged in the first place. Anything else before we go?
My questions to you
Yes.
on the side.
I didn't see it. I haven't got the side thing happening. I haven't got the chat. Look, there's 49 comments in that fucking chat box.
Yeah.
No past lives. No. Okay, open I'm trying to open the chat box. Okay. Tan, to me. That's what I'm saying, to learn them. Start with maybe 10 at a time to get to 78. Just use the book. Start with each of the different. So you've got. Why isn't this turning up as the small thing? No, you've got the whole pack. Just have a look at all the swords first. Swords are great fun.
Do you do multiple maps for people in one session? Or
Pardon?
like, do you usually do multiple maps for a client in one session? Or
Oh yeah, I do about 10.
10, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so I do the 3 Dead Reckoning spreads to start with. The present, future, near future, distant future, which can go anywhere from like 2 years to 20 years. And then I'll look at the past, but that's the first 3. Then I'll throw out a series that's called The Grove, which is 7 lots of 3. Then I'll throw out a third one, which is associated with other people and situations that may be sort of relative to that person. And that's going to look a lot like the horse latitude spread map. Then I'll throw out this, so what's that one? 3, 4, 5. The 6th one would be the Stargate. Then I want to lay out a warning spread for people. Warning spreads can be pretty powerful. I'll tell you what, they can be fucking awesome, because a warning spread, which is called the horse latitude spread map. And before I go, I'll explain the horse latitude. The horse latitude, well, basically, it's like the challenges. This is where it comes very similar to the challenges, which is an environmentally, parentally, and peer group a form of oppression. It's something that you can see coming, that it's so clear you can leave it behind. You can walk away from it. It'll save your life or somebody else's life. Then I've got I've got the horse latitude spread, and then I'm going to do something called the continuum. So I'll get the person to shuffle again, lay out 3 packs, and I'll pick 1 pack and I'll put the other 2 to the side, except in Skype, because Skype requires a lot of fuffing. And then I've got that 1 pack in my hand, and like the Dead Reckoning spread, except for the 3 in a fan shape, I'm going to read that whole pack in my hands, beginning to end, and time again it just repeats information. It's bizarre. It's so bizarre that I've ceased to wonder about it. And then I'll give the person 3 questions, and every one of the 3 questions is going to be every 7th card, which is the same map as the horse latitude. And now, if anybody doesn't know what the horse latitude is, look it up. The amount of things we don't know is insane. Well, I'm keen to start, maybe start with 10 at a time. No past lives. No past lives. Life is continuous. And no soulmates. Okay, so love's a whole different story. Love is a very different story to sort of chemical attraction, etc. Chemical attraction comes and goes. We are a mammal, and we get attracted to anybody who fits in like a cannabinoid in the brain. Cannabinoids are interesting they're like little things, and the cannabis, in particular in certain oils, the CBD, will just slot in perfectly. Yeah, and so we're in attunement, in symbiosis with certain forest medicines. And so certain people will do weird things to our bodies. Our bodies will go, whoa, whoa. Okay, and it's like certain people that got to hold them, got to have a hug, got to do all that weird shit. Like, you know, with Artemis, with you, you're a perfectly good example, because I'll go into where you work time and time again, but I hate that fucking food. So isn't it interesting? You're here.
But you get 2 large fries all the time.
I mean, pick that up. That's pretty fucking weird. You know, knowing any and all of you here is pretty fucking weird. How does it happen? This symbiosis can happen, but the same thing happens when a person with a cisgender woman, for example. What we're looking for, what we're hunting for, is the genetic makeup of a mate. That's what we're hunting. We think we were looking for the love of our lives. It's rubbish. We're looking for their fuck value, the good genetics that we can pass on down the gene pool for the next 10,000, 20,000 fucking years. That's what we're after. And very often, it's interesting, once a cisgender woman, or any woman, doesn't matter, has any person who's been able to physiologically carry a child to birth and birth that child, after, if they're with a partner, quite often they go, I don't like you anymore. Why did I do that? Yeah. And then the anger and the crashing will start, because you're supposed to breed and die. Most species breed and die. I mean, praying mantis, they'll bite the head off their partner so that they can fuck them. There's all these different, one new message, there's all these different ways of looking at it. Twice. Victoria, you're hilarious. There's all these different things that we don't recognize because we've been told by Abrahamic law that we are the top of the food chain, and that we love is like God or something like that. I mean, the feeling can feel like that, yeah, but it's not necessarily so. And then when it goes, it fucking goes, and you cannot bring it back, darling. Nelly, you just came on screen. Was there a reason? Who can see your messages? Recording on. I don't know who can see my message. The messages. I don't know. Today's just gone. I mean, I haven't got my head around all this tech. At least we're here. Are we done? Anybody got questions about love, intimacy, relationships, etc.? I'm your man.
What if you get the lover's card? Where Mars is.
The lover's card's got nothing to do with lovers. Never means lovers. If a lover's card falls with a page of swords, it's the time of Gemini. The lover's card is crossroads. It's got nothing to do with lovers. You see, don't think you know. Come on, this is why you're here.
Well, so can I just address that? Because before you mentioned that you weren't going to go into talking about the cards and the cards' meanings, and I'm just wondering whether you are meaning that you're not going to do that for the whole part of this collective.
I'm going to talk about the patterns in the maps. Then we can discuss meaning.
You're not going to talk about the meanings of the cards.
Not individually. What's the point?
I feel like this is a place, I guess, where I am challenging you.
Yeah, but because I don't know any of the cards.
You don't know any of the meanings of the card?
No.
Okay, so
I'm your virgin.
All right, so this is difficult. So this is, to be quite honest, challenging you back, Nella. This is called a masterclass for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying nobody's a beginner, but any book you read can give you like more than, you can probably get 1, 2, 3, you can probably get 7 or 8 or 9 meanings for the Ace of Swords. It's not going to matter until it's in a map. Honestly, it's not going to matter until it's in a map.
I guess I just don't understand, for people who don't know the meanings of the cards, how they're going to be able to map the patterns.
It's very simple, Nella, because I'm going to put the PDF of my book up on the site and people can read it in their own fucking time.
Thank you.
You're so welcome. Do you get it? I don't want to have to go there. We've only got about, 3 or 4 weeks left of this, 10 weeks?
Well, I'm up for extending that.
You're up for extending? All right, well, I got to get my tech in order to be able to extend that. I can go into the meanings of each card, but it's actually preferable to see them in a map. But if you want to bring them up in conversation, like I will stand back next week if you want, and let you bring up what do you want to know about each card. And if you've gone through them and you've got questions regarding all of them, and you've got the book that's got the layout there, and you have laid them out on the table for somebody else, and you don't know what it means when you've got a Lover's card with an Ace of Swords crossing it, yeah, and you've got a Seven of Swords in the Sphere of Self, and you've got a Fool card sitting somewhere before or after all that, and then you've got a Hangman and a Moon card. Yeah, Kate, to everyone, you have actually already mentioned individual cards a lot every week. There are seeds planted. Thank you very much. But it's just, it will be very different because that last spread that I mentioned to you there about the Ace of Swords and the Lover's card and the Seven of Cups and the fucking Seven of Swords and the Hangman and the Moon card was a psychiatrist in Sydney who murdered himself for the simple reason that he was being gaslit by his partner and he was being lied to non-stop about the entire situation, and because it ended up driving him insane, he hung himself in his bathroom. And did it show up? Yes, that particular sequence showed up in somebody else's card, his best friend. So they are going to mean something different. But at the same time as the Hangman and the Moon card can mean somebody who commits suicide, it could just as easily be somebody who's a deep sea diver, depending on what it falls with. That's sort of why I don't want to go through one after the other for 78 cards that I've got. Approximately 6, 8, 10 meanings per card. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Yeah.
Are you planning to do the astrological connections with each of the cards?
The planetary yeah. Well, the astrological ones I don't really use it much. I could, but at the same time, this is like the way each tarot collective is, the way each tarot collective is, and how often do I use the astrological associations with each of the cards? When I'm looking at dates, when I'm looking at times, absolutely. We'll cover that. You want to do that? Can you remind me, Nilla, we'll do that for next week?
Sure. So to do with the pages and the timings?
Absolutely, because they're really relevant.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
sure.
Because people do get confused about that. If they'll see, for example, a devil card beside a page of Pentacles, they're not going to know it's the time of Capricorn necessarily.
No, they're going to think that there's a child in danger.
Yes, but that's exactly. But it can also be if a devil card turned up with a page of Pentacles and it had a Ten of Swords with it, and it had a Temperance card with it. It can be a melanoma, particularly if there's an Eight of Pentacles there with it.
Yeah, yeah.
Because a devil card, Eight of Pentacles, can be Cancer. And that's when the Pentacles, little page of Pentacles turns up as looking like the black dot on your face that should
like little round things.
Yeah, yeah. So that's sort of how it turns up. So each of the cards can look like something that's passed down from book to book. But I don't know. Most of the people that I've encountered who've read the books are not readers. They've just read the book and then gone, "What the fuck do I do now?"
Yeah.
Exactly.
Learning to use to really train memory. Then when you train memory, your best friend's going to be Post-it notes.
Or drawing the tree over and 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 over again.
Absolutely. And
with the symbols and with the letters and understanding the pathways. Like for me, that's the things that really consolidated the different lenses and layers that then can be extrapolated from the cards.
Ultimately there are as Artemis asked, there's several different layouts that I'll do, but that grove, the tree of life, that's the heart and soul of every bit of this. Absolutely. It's spread every single bit of it.
It feels like it's the keyhole that gets you through that initiatory door, and because it starts educating you itself.
Yeah, because if the Kabbalah, the understanding of Kabbalah isn't grasped, the rest of it doesn't make sense. It just sits in the shallow lands. Yeah. So the planetary associations, get a good handle on that, people, for sure. There are other... I can't even see your fucking questions. So things aren't necessary. It says share screen. Would that be it? No.
Okay. Chat button. You have a chat button next to share screen?
A chat button. That's the one. There it is. Yep. Thank you.
Is it there? Oh, yeah, there.
No, that was up there beforehand. It's the way I've got the share screen thing set up.
Do you want it bigger?
Okay, or the link. No, we'll just finish it. So the Kabbalah, the Tree of Life, to get into more of Kabbalah is a different subject. Because Kabbalah, the subject of Kabbalah takes us down a different route. If I'm following the route of tarot and everything you're learning about numbers and the associations and planetary associations, that's going to lead you down the trackway towards the citadel on the cliff face, the penultimate place where you can sort of like spread your wings and fly. There are very definitely other trackways that I don't want to necessarily get into with this course, because they are taking you down a track to do with ritual magic and all that's associated with that. And I'm not going to do that online, not for fucking anybody. You're going to do that in my house. Not going to do it. Not going to do it where anybody can pick it up. That might sound mean, but it's like, isn't there enough to do? Am I in one? You in one what? Just in what?
Need to your house to do magic.
Not at this stage in time. Is not going to happen, because the ritual ceremonial side of this work is there's no reason for it. That sounds odd, but when we found out about this work, the actual magical side of it was just before Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait, and it was a tipping point where Earth was concerned in 1990, and we have not been given any idea that we need to do this work again. So what other people, the stuff that we discovered as an actual coven was what has led on to me being able to discuss all this with you to do with Kabbalah. But at the same time, there is to work ceremony for the sake of working ceremony, just to experiment. It's a fucking no-no. Is it dangerous? I think all of this can be dangerous to the psyche, all of it. If you don't keep a handle on what you're doing, if you don't keep a handle on how much you're prepared to challenge, I've watched it drive people nuts, no shit. Because I'm working with it, I've got to... personally, I want to listen to what works with me. And is that something that is tarot? Tarot's not the cards, I told you that. I can give you what I've learned to this point, and this will give you an income. But when it comes down to the magical side of it, ultimately, I could say something terrible, but you'd fucking feel weird about it. Gonna say it anyway? You're all too old. Shock? Can I see shock on a few faces? No? This work takes about 40 years to get good at. The ritual work requires a certain amount of maturity as an individual. Years and fucking years and fucking years of study, of growing out of the need to prove anything, of growing out of the need to in some way try and summon something or invoke something or whatever. And the temptation to get something out of this work is huge. Do I want to put you in the position? Not my business. It's not my business what you do with this. But there is a point where I do recognize my own responsibility as an elder to say no to you. And this is one area where I'm going to say no to you. Do you want to bite me? That shut you up, didn't it? Everybody's gone fucking quiet now. Okay, so heaps to do, homework, watching the videos. I don't mind at all you treading into this little area of briars. Don't think that I'm offended that you ask me about the ritual side of things or the magical side of things or the Kabbalistic side of things. I'm not at all. I'm very proud to say that you've asked me this, okay? But at the same time as borrowing my wrench, I'm saying no. Is that fair enough? You want to disrespect me by saying I want you to do it anyway, I want you to do what I'm asking you to do, whether you like it or not? Fuck you. Yeah? Okay. Look at you with your little cards there, Artemis. You're busting. You need somebody to work with. But at the same time,
people I don't know. People I don't know.
The best people you can work with are the people you don't know. Seriously? Yeah. The best thing you can do is it's unfortunate that we are in a situation, we won't be in this COVID lockdown for much longer, but the best thing you can do is set yourself up on a corner of Elizabeth Street and Burke Street with a blanket, with a little card table and 2 chairs, and you pack of tarot cards. No shit. A little sign that says $15, 5 minutes. You'll have them lined up. That's how I started. We can also, I mean, I've started in a market. I started at the Kyneton market. When I moved to Victoria from Sydney, which is like years and years of fucking reading tarot, you got to start somewhere because nobody knows you. So I started at the Kyneton, the Dalesford market, and that's where I encountered the guy who wanted to send me to prison for the Fraudulent Mediums Act. He said I'm not a fraud. And started a whole trip up. So there's somebody who was starting up a market in Kyneton and said, gee, you're a fucking money spinner, aren't you? Everybody wants to know what you're doing. Can you please come and start at my market? I won't charge you anything. I said, okay, sure. So I started her market the following weekend. And I had this big woman and her 2 daughters come in for a reading. Then they came, I had a tent. I just set my tent up, and my tent was draped like a fucking something out of Moroccan desert. It was magnificent. Because I can live in a tent, by the way. I'm quite contented in a tent. Set my tent up like that. Had this woman come in with her 2 daughters. Very, very big people. Took up the whole of a tent. Kind of skeptical. It's fine having skeptics. Don't worry about them. So kind of skeptical, comes in, sits down, read for them. Don't know what I said. No idea. But I remember the woman saying to me, oh, my husband has to come and see you. Who's coming in next? I'll get him there. So her husband comes in, content in the tent. Yes, smart ass. Oh my daughter. The husband comes in. I've done a lot of cockies. Anybody in America know what a cocky is? Got to live in Australia to know what a cocky is. Sheep cockies. Yeah, sheep cockies, cow cockies. Sheep cockies are the blokes in the Akubra hats who go, I'm really going to vote for the National Party just because I want to grow more wheat. Got to dig the coal out of the fucking ground. Got to make sure I got enough fucking sheep to put on the barbie. That's your sort of cocky. So this guy comes into my tent. Must have been probably 55-ish. I think I was around 30, 32 at that, 30, 33, 34 at that stage. Guy comes into my tent, sits down, sort of, he's sitting there like this. Are you going to fucking tell me? And I said, you're going to live with what you've experienced for the rest of your fucking life, and you're going to suffer for it. And he does this. And I said, there's murder all over your cards. There's alcoholism all over the cards. There's prison all over your cards. And you've got the scars to prove it. He just fucking broke. So a few years before, this guy was going home from the Kyneton pub, driving home in his ute, knocks a policeman off his fucking motorbike, sat with the cop while he died in his arms. Almost bled out before the ambulance finally turned up. The cop is dead by then. He's got his calf cut almost completely off from the accident, stitched up, and then went to prison for manslaughter. He's never going to forget it. So what happens? I got spread from Kyneton, boom, across every small fucking town of Victoria. This is how this works. Yes? One person tells another person because you hit the fucking thing. That one fucking thing. That poor guy had nowhere else to go. He thought his wife and kids, he'd gone to jail because he was drunk, because he killed this cop. And then he wants everybody to forget about it. He goes and sits in the tent of a fucking psychic who brings it all up again. He wept and wept and wept. The next cocky I got, another breakthrough, from the Mallee. Anybody know about the Mallee? Nobody knows about the Mallee. He turns up from the Mallee. I did him a warning spread because this is fucking legendary. Does him a blah 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 blah. Can't remember the whole thing. I remember that there was a bit of a heated exchange because I said your problem. There was problems everywhere to do with, and I'll mention it now, the Justice Card Emperor card. Justice Card Emperor card together, federal government. Nothing else. Definitely is together. No matter what else comes with it. That's it. I kept seeing this over and over again, spread after spread. I said, you've got problems with the federal government showing up. He said, no, lovey, I haven't. I said, yes, you have. You've got problems with the federal. No, lovey, I'm facing bankruptcy. I'm facing bankruptcy because of the fucking 80 hour. I said, you've got problems with the federal government. He said, no, lovey. He said, what they're trying to do, it's elders IXL. They're my problem. So we get to the warning spread. And in the warning spread, it said, and this is not a quote word for word, but he came back again. He's been back a few times before this got resolved. The warning spread was a reverse warning. It said, someone in your family will go to Melbourne and will be involved at a gathering. And you will meet someone who's a legal eagle. Whoever that happens to be, you need to listen to them. That was it. Time passes. He comes back again for another reading. His brother ended up in Melbourne at a cocktail party, meets a QC who had been working at Queen's Council. They're the big dudes. They're the ones with the wigs. He'd been associated with the federal government, working on their schemes. All the information that was thought to be shredded was actually in another department. He knew all about it. He said to the guy, he said, I'll work for you and with you. Excuse me, the fucking Adobe hates me. I'll work with you and for you, but I want 10% of whatever I get you. And the sheepcocky's brother and said, yeah, sure, whatever you want to do, that's okay. $11 million later, because what the federal government had done was to sell their property underneath them without telling them. 4 families of 4 generations of sheepcocky, he said to them, what the federal government had done was sell their entire properties to Japan for feedlots. Without them, so they had to destroy the families. So the QC took one family to court for the first time. They won the first case against the federal government, which was an $11 million case. The QC was rolling in money by the time it finished. And that was the last time I'd heard from the sheepcocky. But they kept on coming, and what he was saying was like, he was saying, oh, I would talk to you because you're normal, and not like astrologers or any of those people who do woo-woo with crystals and fucking shit like that. So you're going to deal with corporate people. You're going to deal with judges. You're going to deal with priests. Fucking you name it. Don't think for one moment that you're going to be stuck with women who go, can you please tell me when my soulmate's going to turn up? Because they've gone and made a mistake of loving somebody and thinking that that person was going to be it forever. It never was going to happen. Any questions? This is gone? Okay, we're out of here. It's too late. See you during the week. Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye.
Thank you.
Gotta find the ending thing.
Bye.
Doodad.